Shit, was it down again? God damn it. I mean, hello, Throdex and Infinitive. Welcome, welcome. Konbanwa, indeed. I mean, hello. Professional streamer. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course we are. Do you not see the epic jacket we have on? Clearly we are very professional. Very professional, see? Now all that's missing is like a katana or like a baseball bat and I can like... Whoa! Kenka utenna, teme! I mean, hello! Hope you have been doing good today. The weather has been certainly something. It feels like since 2 days ago maybe, like since the karaoke day till now, like the weather has been like in this like middle ground where it's better, but it's like a little too like it's hard to pin down exactly what to wear because like some places it's too warm, some places it's too cold. Like it's in that middle ground where like it's harder to balance than usual. I've watched all our school days. What you mean for the first time? How did you find it? Yeah, it's spring when it's cold and warm. Yeah, no, that's the thing, cause like it's cold and warm at the same time. So like when I wear something that feels like it's good for outdoors, and then I step into like this stupid ass Ginza line where like the ventilation is completely like trash. It's like it's so bad. Like it'll suddenly get really warm, and I'm like questioning my life decision, preparing like dressing for the outdoors when the indoors is like so fucked. Cold wind but pretty sunny. Cold wind. It's always sunny in the Philippines. Wait, shit, where's my straw? I don't have a straw. They gave me a drink with a plastic. They gave me a drink with like the plastic thing on top. And they don't give me a way to break it. The fuck? I mean, I don't want microplastics in my drink anyway, so it's fine. But like, what the fuck? Bonjour, just finished my CBT session for today. I see you are enjoying your CBT. It's not like so. Good. Gotta make sure you enjoy it as much as possible so that when Ui eventually steps on you, you can enjoy that as well. Only saw the memes and people posting the H scenes on RC. Oh, you meant the game. I thought you meant you just watched the anime and I was like, oh, it's a little late. I mean, if you're talking about the games, then that's a different story. I watched the anime. It was free uncut on YouTube. Wait, on YouTube? What the fuck? Wait, when was that? Was it yesterday? Was it just like 1 or 2 days? Like I spent like half of yesterday unconscious. So like I didn't manage to watch anything. There's so much I wanted to do, but I just slept like half of it. I got home at like 7. I slept at like 9, and then I slept through like till like 4 p.m. I think it's the latest I've been like awake till. I mean, the latest I've slept in like a long while. So do I stream this now? So do we get a vote in this? Or is there no vote? Yeah, we're not showing that. But yeah, I mean, it's like it does feel like one of those shows even then where like the memes probably overpower most of what people know about the show anyway. In the sense that like even in Japan, I can imagine like for the newer gen, there are probably more people who have not watched it. Or it's the uncensored version. Which surprises me, to be honest, that they actually have the uncensored version on YouTube, if anything. With how strict YouTube is, maybe it's because it's a corporate channel, so YouTube is less strict with it. But that's certainly something. Yeah, I just like dragged through the episode to look for the uncensored part, and then I was like, oh, huh. Oh, that was a surprise. I wasn't expecting it to actually be like the uncensored version on YouTube with how strict they are at times. No nice sport, yeah. You might have to put the R15 version only, surprising. I wonder if they did that intentionally just because they were worried, or did YouTube actually like stop them? Or did they just not pay enough money? Like, considering the fact that paying money to basically boost yourself in the algorithm is a thing, I wouldn't be surprised if like a big enough corporation could just pay enough money to just let YouTube allow them to do it. Probably just a precaution. For it to shield BDs. Yeah, I mean, considering the way they censored it especially, it feels like bait to make people meme it, if anything. Like, somebody probably saw the censorship that they were putting in and decided, yes, we're gonna do it this way to make people meme it, so they'll buy the Blu-ray instead. Okay, let me change the category as well. There we go. Yeah, I was in the middle of changing things while drinking tea, so like it was taking a lot of time to do everything at once. Does the music sound like it's like overlapping with itself or something? It's a little weird. 15k lol, holy shit. 15k for the whole thing? I mean... but it comes with a whole bunch of stuff as well, I guess. No, it's barely audible, lol. I mean, how loud do you want it? Like, we're probably gonna, like, play music over it at some point. So, like, I'll probably mute the music at some point. 30-minute anime. Yeah, but, like, I'm thinking, like... Is it that bad? I mean, it is. But at the same time, it's like... yeah. The box is fairly standard. The jacket, I mean, that's cool and all, but that feels fairly standard as well. The Sete Shiryo, shit. And the Otsukare Bon, that feels like... Are they just selling that? I mean, it feels like they're selling the book more so than the Blu-ray at this point. Right, like a 300-page art book for the, the Sete shit. Sete Shiryo. That itself feels like it takes up probably like half the price of the thing. That was a movie when it came out and I saw the runtime. I was like, oh, I guess I'm watching something else. Yeah, it's very short. I mean, you're probably buying the Blu-ray just more so for like the top 10, right? I would assume. Like, I don't think people buy Blu-rays to actually watch stuff on the Blu-rays. Is the thing. Like, I feel like the majority of people who buy Blu-rays are basically just wasting the plastic and just buying it for collection. Like, unironically, I have a very strong inkling of that. I mean, I actually do for some of mine. I can't be asked to watch every single thing all the time on Blu-ray, but like, there are some things I have that like, I can't find it online anymore. So I just watch it off the CD because I still have the CD for the thing. Because it was like a CD bonus for one of the things for a specific thing. So it's not on the streaming services, cause like basically for that specific animation, there's like 4 episodes. And if you bought the collection box, it comes with a bonus CD with an additional like 9-minute like short episode in it. But that short episode is not on like the streaming services that have it. So like I can't like watch that specific episode, so I have to like buy the CD. So I have the CD here that I bought previously, and I just like watch the CD instead. Which is really annoying, cause like it's the one CD that I constantly have to juggle in and out of my PC instead. Because like everything else is like typically I'll use it like once or twice, but with that one specifically, it's like I need to put it in every time I want to watch it. Only BD I bought was small to support grade. I haven't opened it yet. No, that's fair. Ow, my neck. Fuck my neck. Ow. Okay. Yeah, I think my neck is a little stiff right now. Shit, that actually kind of hurt a lot when I turned my neck there. Yeah, I can't go further back than this. Oh, actually hurt my neck if I do. Oh, that feels weird. I mean, at least it isn't that bad. Like, I feel like when the neck stiffness gets really bad, it's really bad. But oh, hello Excelia, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Started a tech pack again, and disappear for months again. A tech pack? How many hours is it gonna take you to smelt iron this time? Do you is it like a what's it called? Did you get like the Ruri Rocks tech pack where you need to go into like the river to scoop up your sapphire and like sift it out in order to get your lapis lazuli for your funny enchants or something? How was your week? Not too bad, I think. It has been very busy, like since I've been trying to get a bunch of things started up simultaneously as well, while also dealing with a bunch of things. But the karaoke was fun. I don't think I've been in what's that building called? I don't think I've been in Diversity that late before. Diversity, the mall in Odaiba. Like you usually like I think the latest I've been in that building is like 10:30 or like 11, and then I go home. But this was like the first time I actually had to enter the building at 12. So like it felt so dead. It was kind of interesting. But yes, hello, Rosia. Welcome. And hello, let go. Welcome. Omatsuri, welcome. But yeah, my throat has mostly recovered from then, so that's nice. Problem is, brass, what was that? Is brass, I need to progress is blocked by a blaze spawner. What, brass? Brass? That's a thing in it? Okay. Like, how much stuff is there in that? Like, I don't think brass was an original thing, right? They just added in like a new material for you to like grind towards as well. Should really learn more C# than start a new pack. Hey, as long as you have enough time to relax as well, I guess. Oh man, it's busy, man. Yeah. There's a lot to think about and do, so that was certainly a thing. Also, like, I feel like it's because of the fallout from HoloFest. But like a lot of people I know have been coming in from overseas and they want to say hi. So like I've spent quite a few days out as well. So like at night I'll go out and then I'll get back home and then I'll do stuff when I get back home and then I have to do stuff. Yeah, so like it's been quite chaotic. Which is funny because I'm not a Hololive person, but the people I know just happen to all be like Hololive people. So like it's just a lot of saying hi. Look at you, Mr. Popular. I mean, they're all like people I've known since like university days. Were coming here and like 6-7ing around, so like, you know, Tinkers is here, but the good shit's behind brass. Tinkers? You mean like the character from Dota? 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 Rokunana! Rokunana! I think that's how they say it on HoloLive. But yeah, the stream started a lot later than expected because the video that was supposed to go up tomorrow has been corrupting quite a fair bit. Meme just gets annoying after a while, to be honest. Yeah, it does. It certainly does. It certainly does, yes. But yeah, I figured out why it was having issues, but it took a while because like it's really weird because the video was bugging during export to the point that it was like crashing my computer. And the reason why it was crashing everything was because of a PNG of a heart. I shit you not. Let me show you what I mean. Like unironically, it's a PNG of a heart that was crashing the thing. Where is it? I had to basically download a different PNG of a heart because the original PNG of a heart I used didn't work. Well, I guess I had a separate one on my PC, which was convenient. How do I show this? Can I show this? Like, I think if I try to show photos, it doesn't work, right? No, it does. Okay. Okay, so like, this is the PNG of a heart that was crashing the thing. So when I use this PNG of a heart in the video, when the video reaches where the PNG is, it freezes. And it crashed my computer. Like it was making the buzzing sounds like it did something that overloaded my PC, and I don't know what. So you know what I did? I swapped it out for this image. Shit. I swapped it out for this image. No, not that one. Where is it? Shit, where is it? Was there any porn that showed from that? No. Okay, thank goodness there wasn't. Oh, thank God. Like, it accidentally showed the browser, and I was worried it was actually porn or something, but okay, there was nothing. Oh, thank God. Oh, that scared me for a second. Yeah, and thankfully there's no name on it either, so at least it's safe. I mean, there was a picture of the original cover of Too Hard on screen, which was a little scary since I don't know, maybe that will get me banned, but spicy tabs open. Okay, I found it. Yeah, this was the one. So this is the one. This is what I swapped it to. This was the original. This is the level of silliness we are on. That's how silly it is. That's how silly it is. Yeah, one of these is not like the other. And yeah, apparently that fucked it up. There wasn't any porn, right? Yeah, no, yeah, it was fine. I mean, you can see my pin tabs on the side, but like there isn't anything there as well, thankfully. Ah, oh, thank goodness. Right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Thank goodness nothing was there. But yes, Excelia, if you want to join as well, feel free to join. Or if anyone else wants to, we'll chill for maybe like 5 more minutes. They're about, and then maybe we'll start. But yeah, it's not like I have that much problematic stuff on my PC. Like most of it is in the hard drive or on the outside. So like it's not so much of a problem. But you never know. You never know that much. Yeah, I mean, like, why would I need to have that much of it on my PC when the outside exists? Right? Hashtag not sponsored. But you know. You never know. I don't even know what is on my PC. Where is the homework folder 1 TB? How big is it? I mean, homework is very problematic, right? It's very difficult. With the amount of stuff you have to do for homework, wouldn't you expect it to be that much? How big is the folder? I have a folder in the hard drive, but the hard drive is 1 TB, so it should be less than 1 TB at least. It's 100 gigabytes. See, it's not that much. It's still smaller than Call of Duty. So like, I feel like we're fine. And it's like 100 gigabytes over, like, this is like over 14 years worth of stuff. So like, when you consider that it's like 100 gigabytes over 14 years, like I have stuff in here from like, all the way from like 20 plus years ago, I think. C72 is like really, really far back. So like, it's really old. So when you consider that, it's actually not that bad. But then you also have to consider the fact that the outside exists now. So like, I don't really need to put it on my PC anymore. How many folders in the folder? I don't know. I'd have to actually go and count to figure it out. Oh, this is a weird hand. Let's do it. How much is a terabyte these days of storage? A terabyte is 4 to 6 Call of Duties. Is how much a terabyte is worth now. Oh, you meant the price. I think it's like 3,000 to 4,000 yen. Like, you could get a portable hard drive that is 1 terabyte now. It's kind of crazy. Like, it blows my mind that you can find like a terabyte as a portable, like mini-sized one. Can I count the number of folders? Because I know there's folders within folders in here. So like, I'm not sure how many folders. There are 931 folders. So that's not a lot. I have a 6 TB hard drive, but it's like one of the big ones that you have like these that still needs to connect to a power supply. Like I like that's the one I put all of my YouTube stuff in, and that's where I put all of my games now as well. Cause like my PC only has a 2. I think it's a 1 TB SSD. Because I didn't think I would need to use 1 TB at the time. I was like, 1 TB sounds like a lot, right? I could put a lot of stuff in a terabyte. And then now games are like 100 gigabyte plus. It's so fucked. I have 1 TB HDD and 128 GB SSD. Bruh, how do you put anything in 128 GB? In this modern day and age? Like, holy shit. For rent to give to that. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I have the 6 TB just for like all of this now. And I feel like it's taken up most of it at this point. Like, my YouTube folder is to. Yeah, it's counting. It needs time to count. That's how fucked it is. I right click properties and now I need to wait for it to calculate. Here I'm like 15 TB. I might need a 15 TB to be honest. I'm actually considering going for like 15 TB at this point. My YouTube stuff alone is 3.65 terabytes now, and that's after like shifting some of it to a separate hard disk. So like I shifted a lot of my original like YouTube content stuff onto the other hard disk, which is like 1 TB. And then I'm using the 6 TB one again, but like I feel like just getting a second like 6 TB or something, then replacing my current 6 TB with like a 15 or something if I can, so that I actually have enough space. But sorry, just higher robbery prices now. Yeah, I mean you could get a portable drive. That's what I'm probably gonna do again. But even then, it's like, if it's not that big, it should be fairly affordable, right? Like I saw 1 TB being around like 3 to 4k yen, cloud storage lol. I mean, that is an alternative, but I don't want to put it on cloud, because then it would come down to the other issue, which is I would need to find a cloud that basically doesn't just like delete my shit because they think that my shit is like not safe or something. Kind of like the whole like was it Google Cloud or something, the cloud storage, the Google Drive, where like they actually scan your files, and if like the Google AI thinks your thing is bad, it might one day just like delete your shit without double checking with you. Like that has become a genuine fear of mine, that like one day Google is just gonna like decide that like a picture of my face is somehow breaking like some copyright law or something, and then they just wipe my entire drive. Like, oh, no, his face is in the video. This is gore porn. We must remove the video. Makes sense. But yeah, but that's the thing. I don't want to do that just to like put like pictures of myself, as in like the YouTube video parts and segments. Like, when I record the YouTube stuff, I don't want to have to zip every single thing just to put it on Drive, but there is a part of me now that's kind of paranoid, not gonna lie. Like, the more these companies like depend on AI to get shit done, the more paranoid I get, because all it takes is like poor training data, and suddenly my face is considered gore porn, and then my videos just go bye-bye. Plus, I don't know if it's just me being very, very old-fashioned, but I actually kind of like having my data like on a physical drive that I have instead. I have a 20 TB in RAID 1 for important stuff. RAID 1, is that like Shadow Legends, but yeah, top ranking? Hard drive prices have gone up a lot recently, thanks AI. Oh, hard drive as well, huh? Like, it's like with CDs. It's like I feel like it's the same thing, where like there's a part of me that's just very paranoid, and it's just worried that like the stuff I have is just gonna vanish, and like because of that I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna put it on like a physical disc. I want my physical music CD instead, so that like I don't want to have to like trust that Spotify would never one day just like implode and then I lose all of my songs. Maybe it's very old-fashioned to think that in this day and age, but like, I just can't. Like, there's a part of me that's just very paranoid of this. Like, it just doesn't want to have to deal with the potential possibility of like the stuff I like just vanishing. Oh no. Oh no! Oh, that's such a bad time for that to appear. Ow, 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 ow. Ah. Forgot. When Spotify is same with YouTube. Yeah. I get it. I get the feel. which is why like if there's a band I really like, I usually go out of my way to still buy the CD if they're not like pop. I don't know what it is, but if it's like pop music specifically, I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna listen to it on YouTube instead. I don't think I wanna like buy the CD. They probably earn enough as is. But for everything else, I'm just like, yeah, I'll buy it. Oh, there's this like metal band on YouTube with 4,000 subs. I'll go buy their CD. Just need to remember to regularly back up my downloads. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the thing as well. Like with my PC, I have like 53 gigabytes left. But like I don't know why or what is like draining it. It's like every time I will like clear it to 100 and then like I'll see it steadily drop back down to 50 and I'll be like, I don't know what to delete. It's rough. It's really rough. Wait, did my upload complete? How big is the... Oh, it's 42 gigabytes. Tons of the Nightcore songs I listened to years ago are put down now. Yeah, I can imagine, since like Nightcore feels like one of those things where it's like kind of questionably... The legal status of it is probably like not very strong. Yeah, I probably should check into that, because like it could just be the bloat. But yeah, like that keeps happening and I hate it so much. Leech 889 8889. Oh wait, yes. Yeah, this should be safe. There's 2 9s and 3 8s out, so the odds that someone can actually use the 9 should have been really low there, unless he's waiting on the 9 as a high, as a pair. But that would have been like such intense gambling. I highly doubt he would do it. I'm worried though, because like I can't discard this anymore. Can I? Oh, this is so bad. But YOLO, right? We can just discard this and play like normal. But it'll be funnier if I do this. Oh, I'm fucked. Ah! Like, yeah, I mean, to be fair, time to greet. I mean, for the content, right? If this was a ranked match, maybe I would have reconsidered that. But like, I feel like this is not the situation to be try harding over it. So I thought maybe it'll be funny, but oh no! I discarded the wrong tile. I clicked too fast. The hand moved in and it clicked on the wrong tile. I wanted to click on this, and then it moved. Oh, that was so bad. But yeah, for the most part, I think I slept most of yesterday, aside from like working on some videos. Oh, this is so bad. This hand is so bad now. Guys, I'm fucked. Ruh-roh ready? But yeah, I feel like I need to step away from playing Victoria 3 for a little bit. I've been playing that game maybe a little too much recently. I believe it's chat and cook. Chat, am I cooked? No, it's chat, am I cooked? Chat, am I cooked? Isn't it? I don't know, you tell me. I think she seems to agree as well. Yeah, this hand is gone. Chat cook him. Oh, you don't need chat to do that. I'm already cooked. I'm gonna sit here reading my physical manuals while waiting for myself to like finally die in this game. If I do that, no, I'd screw myself up even more if I took that. Okay. Ooh. Wow. Paper. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can flip the pages and not get cut. It's a miracle. Okay. How do you... Can we... We can recover from this. It would be really rough, but we could technically recover from this. Is it a very hopeless situation? Not yet. We just need to be very skilled at this game and draw what we need, right? It's just like in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like just don't get skill issued. Draw what you need. Oh, this is so... Actually, not yet. Hmm. Huh. Huh? Oh. I'm looking at the stuff that comes with the Blu-ray that you sent now, and I'm like, okay. Like, looking at the Tokuten from Aniplex. Though I think you're paying even more for the Aniplex version for that, but like, hot damn. Am I gonna die again? It's a little scary. I forgot why everyone was hyped for it. Probably for the nudity or something, right? I would imagine. Give me back my money! Oh my god, we turned it around. Revenge. Oh, I was so scared. Like, that was just like... It could have gone so badly. It could have gone so badly. I'm just glad it worked out. The inner throw tool, lol. Yeah, like I didn't even draw any of the east, so like it wasn't. It ended up not hurting as much as it would have, but like, oh, that was quite the relief though. Yeah, the initial throw was really bad. Like no, the chi was fine, but the tossing the east was really really bad. Like it was really just like a complete misclick. Oh. Okay, this. But yeah, I would imagine people will probably just really hype for it, probably because it will have been the uncensored version of the show or something, right? Yeah, this. No, back when it first came out. Oh. What, for the show itself? I mean, it's pretty nice. Probably isn't the craziest thing I've seen, but like, it was still nice. Maybe people are just that starved for shows to watch because like, they don't really make shows like these anymore. Or at least it's not as common anymore, I guess. Especially since it does feel like a lot of things have gotten a lot more. You watch your isekai slot, you watch it. Now, I feel like, unironically, I mean, no, it's not even that, specifically, I guess. Like, the isekai slot just feels like the next step after the previous era of like To Love Ru and like high school rom-coms that do the sussy things. But I feel like in general, including the isekai slop, like the anime in general has just gotten a lot more safe. Or like I guess like advertiser friendly as well in a way. So seeing something like this just got gave people the member berries or something. So like it fuck, I almost fell. So it may have just gotten a little bit more hyped than it would have. Also in part because you just don't get shows like this anymore. Like, I feel like if it released 20 years ago, it wouldn't have been as impressive. But like the fact that it released now is what kind of makes it impressive. It's kind of like the relation I have with Mahjong, right? Where like part of why I really like it is just because of the fact that like you don't get shows like this anymore. Or it's not as common anymore. So like seeing that really like getting animated in this like modern era, I'm just like, yeah. It was nice. Yeah, but well, we passed the borderline porn era of like Elfen Lied and stuff like that, and guns. Seikon. Oh yeah, Seikon. Seikon was wild. Was in game, couldn't say the joke. Which joke? Does it have to do with a bunch of numbers? 21? Yeah, we got reincarnated as Vending Machine Season 3. How does that show have a Season 3? Also, I saw someone posting about the smartphone series as well. The reincarnated with a smartphone one. It was kind of funny to see that like the guy just incorporated like mechas into it now because like the smartphone gimmick kind of ran out. Like the smartphone gimmick it got kind of boring, so he just like replaced it with I guess not replaced it, but he just added in like a full on like fairly well drawn mecha in the series instead. And I saw that and I was like, that's pretty cool, but like, what the fuck? Season 5 of Rent a Girlfriend. Yeah, but I feel like, see, like the thing with like season 5 of that is that it doesn't feel that bad in the sense that like when you consider like when you compare it to like how many episodes was it? Let me go back and check. When you compare it to like how many episodes were there? When you compare it to 720 episodes of Naruto, right? I think it's fine. You know, it's like we used to have like stuff that recurred endlessly. It's just that the stuff that recurred endlessly just like kind of didn't label itself with different seasons. Right? Like, it's 720 episodes of Naruto. Bleach was at like what? 200 plus? 366. One Piece is still ongoing. Rent a Girlfriend is literally negative value and people keep eating it up. I mean, have you seen the One Piece fans? I feel like to some extent that show might be actually rotting the brains of people to the point that like it might be generating negative value in terms of like how much it rots the brains of some of its fans. Not all of them, of course. But some of the shit I see like One Piece fans from the West saying on Twitter, it's like, well, peeps are pretty unhinged. And I feel like half the time it's like it's either the person with the One Piece or the Dragon Ball profile picture that's saying it. But I can't make fun of Dragon Ball fans cause like most of them are from Brazil and there are a lot of cool people from Brazil. And if I do, the Brazilian like mafia and gangs might like break down my window or something, so we won't make that joke. Get it for the Kan. Kani! Did you win off of the Kan? Kani! At least Naruto had action. Yeah, that's true. Naruto also had the Rock Lee. And I feel like that guy alone just like gives the show like positive value. Scary. Oh. But yeah, I mean, every era had its own like form of slop. I feel like. Although I feel like back in the day, like shows either like just ran on infinitely, and the slop was basically built into the show. Or it just like dies after 1 to 2 seasons, so it doesn't get enough chance to like. No, but Kaito Tenshi had like 3 seasons, I think. Wait, let me check. I feel like Kaito Tenshi had 3 seasons, and no, it's 2 anime series. So it had 2 animes. And it had 2 OVAs. Yeah, man, if that show can get 2 seasons, like I feel like every era had its slot. Ugh. But yeah, I still remember those earlier days where like you had the Western like shonen fans fighting over who had the best filler episodes. Like those were wild times. Like it feels like with the modern ways that they release shows now, you don't really get that anymore. But like, it was kind of wild to think about how people were like, no, my Naruto filler is better than your Bleach filler because my Naruto filler has character growth, while yours is just a silly thing that happens. It's not linked to the plot. And realistically, it's like, yeah, you kind of just get like character value that is just like never reconnected to the overarching plot. Does new anime still get good openings? I mean, it depends on what you mean by good openings, but there are some decently good ones. Like, are you looking for something like GTO? Or like Bleach Season 1? Or are you looking for like Hen Neko or something? Like, Hen Neko's was pretty good. If you're into like Sasimoe like stuff. I saw the Hen Neko opening at the karaoke and I was like, oh. So desu ne. Feels like something people will get so pissed about if it released today. But if you mean like, do we get something like Move Love or something with the Alternatives Jam Project song? I don't think we get as much like that though. Doro Hero Doro Hero. I may have some very unfortunate news for you. Some very, very unfortunate news. Actually, I mean, it's not that old, right? It's like 2020? 2019? Somewhere around there? If it was, then like, it's not that old. Like, we're not talking about like Zero no Tsukaima or something. Like, we're not in that era. I mean, one of those ones that most fans know, I guess. I mean, you have the creepy nut stuff, right? Like, I feel like the bling blang bloom. Like, I feel like most people know it. Like, it's a very well engineered earworm. I'll give it that. Although I may be biased with that one, since like I've been a Creepy Nuts fan since before they started doing anime stuff, so. Might be a bit different there, but I feel like that one did fairly well. But yeah, what made me feel all recently was talking about the general like shift, and I was talking with someone about like the general shift and how like did I die again? Oh, thank God it wasn't that. I swear if I fed into that I would have been so pissed. But yeah, what I was trying to say is like it does suddenly feel like thematically isekai animes have shifted quite a fair bit from what they used to be as well. Oh, sorry, dead yet again. No, I'm fine. See, well, fine. We're in last, but we still have a chance to turn it around. I believe. But yeah, Monogatari. Wait, give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's not now. But yeah, Monogatari was pretty classic. Although I feel like was gonna say that like I feel like if you wanted to talk about like something that most fans from the era would have known, it would probably have been more like something on the level of like Haruhi or Lucky Star. Like those would probably be like openings that like back during that era. It's like if you watch in that era, you probably knew it. But in terms of like, but I feel like it just is a shift in like the overall scale and taste of the people who watch anime now, right? That leads to this like disconnect between like, or like this reason why like people don't connect over music to the same extent anymore, especially in like more globalized community where like it's precisely because of the fact that like anime is at the biggest it has ever been as our industry, and the same for its viewer base. It has led to the point where like people are watching so vastly different things that like expecting people to like share a single like song experience is not as common anymore. This random artist doing anime openings, that as well, yeah. Like it's more common to just get artists to do it, but at the same time it's like, but at the same time I feel like that has always been a part of it. Maybe not as big, but like, you know, get like things like getting Jam Project to do a song, for example, or like Flipside. Like Flipside was pretty iconic back then as well. Like it's not like the scale of the artists has gotten smaller, I feel like. It's just that like the scale of the market has gotten bigger. And like the fact that the market has gotten so big has resulted in such a vast difference in the scale of what it means to be like a big artist within the space. That in a way leads kind of to a disconnect. It's the impression I get, but I could be wrong. Jam Projects, any song veterans doing any song. Yeah, and you could say the same for like Flipside. They used to do like eroge openings as well at some point. Yeah, it's kind of nice to see them popping out whenever they do, to be honest. It's like they just pop out, they just remind everyone that they're still alive. Like, hi guys, remember? Not Flipside. Remember, we're still here. Do I even want that? No, we discard this. Maybe the next one, don't say what you just watched. Yeah, but that feels like an issue of the consumption patterns that have emerged from the accessibility of the medium as a whole as well, in a way. Where like it feels like the level of accessibility of it, especially on stuff like what's it called? Not Twitter, but like Netflix and the like, probably led to that as well. Where it's like algorithmically there's so much stuff that exists, especially for the newer gen of people coming into it, that like with a website like Netflix, you have so much shit to watch. They just like, you watch one thing, it's done, immediately you're recommended the next thing. And you just go straight into the next thing, and then into the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, and it becomes very like, you know, as you said, like it becomes, it does feel a bit more discardable as a result as well. Ha. In what anime I got X recently too, I think. Another one? Like an official one or like a pirate one? Don't they get like X fairly frequently nowadays though? It does feel like the increase in clampdown has suddenly become like stricter on them as well. For me, lol. There's something I was thinking of. I forgot what it was. Never mind. If I remember it, I'll mention it. But until then, we'll just keep going. But yeah, what I was trying to say just now was like, no, I discard this. Yeah, we discard this. Well, it's like it was just like more on like what OT Grinder was mentioning, but it does feel like. Oh hey! No, my 一八字. But yeah, it does feel like there is some of that as well with the openings, where it's just like. But at the same time, I feel like in terms of like the scale of the names that they're picking for some of the music, it's like they're picking people that are bigger than ever before. It just feels like it's that while the names are bigger than ever before, they're just kind of picking people who aren't like anime subculture specific. And those people are creating music that resonates with the wider audience that exists now, rather than the original like otaku crowd. And so it creates a lot of instantaneous buzz when it first releases, but it just doesn't have the same level of like impact in a way that creates something that's as memorable for anime itself. Because rather than it feeling iconically anime, it just feels like a good Japanese song instead. But yeah, we got it. We did it. Fasto place. Oh, legit pay for subscriptions for anime if the price was good and the translation was not made. Of course, service was fair for the actual people who made the anime. Yeah, but it feels like a lot of that just doesn't end up being the case nowadays. It's the unfortunate thing as well. Luxac, it really was, yeah. It just barely got it. The fact that it was a Tsumo on the Dora as well was pretty wild. Like, thinking back to it, like, the big names in the space back in the day that made music. Was it though? I feel like it always has kind of been like that, right? It to some extent. It's like with Kana Boom as well, where like they did like Naruto, and then they like they just kind of rolled with it, and like fucking Silhouette is still like top 20 in karaoke's even till this day. Is it just a change in the type of music? Or is it just that it just feels like... Or is it just that really that the type of music that they're picking just feels more like generically good music or like catchy music instead? And that's the bigger issue. I do wonder. That feels like something to actually think about. Or for me as well, I mean. Well, yes, Axalia, thank you for joining. And GG, if you're gonna go rest. Take care. Because it does feel like something interesting to think about and reflect on more. Because I feel like a lot of the music that I initially got into, it really was just like random bands that did an anime opening, and then I'm like, that sounds really good. And then that's how I started following the bands. It's like with Unison Square Garden, for example. where like Unison Square Garden was like such a hit and miss band, where like I really loved all of the anime openings they did, and then I bought their albums, and then I didn't like the albums. I was like, it's like they did the Sugar Song and Bitter Step, and they did stuff before that as well, like for Yozokura Quartet's opening as well. Like the opening was so catchy, but like when I bought the album that the song was in, it's like the Hana no Ota. When I bought the album, it was like it was so. It was like that. I couldn't bear it, which was a very weird experience to have at the time. But now I'm starting to wonder if it might be linked to that. It's this one. Like I don't remember anything about the show anymore. I just remember the opening. Like stuff like this. I don't remember anything that happened in the show anymore. But I remember the opening. But it suddenly feels like we don't live in that, like Go Yuri. There was Yuri. That I remember, but I don't remember like the plot at this point. It was such a nice, and the opening was so good. But like if you would ask me, it's not like this was a big show either. Like I think this show did like fairly middlingly at the time, but like I remember the opening that well. There is the insert song from Aki Star as well. Right, like this fucking thing. Like this is forever stuck in my brain, and this was like an insert song from like a specific scene in the anime. Like stuff like this. We don't get stuff like this anymore, I feel like. Oh, so good. But like stuff like this, I feel like we don't like there has been a shift. And I won't say that it's a shift towards bad music, but it's a shift towards mainstream music, is how I would probably put it. And the shift towards mainstream music was probably what made it feel less unique. And that might be why we're feeling what we do. While at the same time, the newer music is still able to like appeal to a decently huge enough part of the people who watch anime overall. Hey, don't make fun of Kotone. She may have brain damage, but like her music is certainly a thing. But yeah, Yozokura Quartet was like certainly a thing. Like I did read it because of the anime at the time, and I don't remember anything about the manga either, which probably means it was really weird, really mid. The OG FLCL? What's FLCL? I'm very bad at acronyms. Let me Google that. Oh, FLCL was the anime's name, right? Free? Right. I forgot there was I forgot the name was I forgot they had the FLCL going for it as well. Was it really that? All I remember was the way people were pronouncing it at the time, but oh, okay. But yes. What about it though? Like for some reason, like in my head, I was thinking it was an acronym for something for some reason instead. Great OST. Ah, yeah, the OST was definitely very sick for that one as well. But I feel like that era of shows in general, like the biggest difference I would say is that like OSTs felt like they were designed more by I don't know how to put this in a way that doesn't sound mean. But like to put it the way that the artists I used to work with described it. Back then, people who made content for anime were people who basically weren't like as weepish or like weep influenced as people now. And that's part of what probably created that unique sense of like music as well back then. Yeah, but even with OSTs, it feels like there's a very big difference between the people back then who were basically making music purely based off their gut feel as a musician, as compared to nowadays where like even with like OSTs, they to some extent feel like it's people trying to figure out what would work well in an anime and like working off what they know about anime when making the music as well. That is causing some of it to also feel a bit more generic at times. The pillows are the most memorable. The most memorable band to me after watching Weekly Rip the Pillows. Wait, actually, yeah, we have these. Stop making me. Oh, they disbanded last year. Bro, last year? Holy shit. Didn't realize. And yes, hello Nova, welcome. Same argument as game design filtering, I guess. Yeah. But it does feel like it kind of does make sense to some extent. I won't say fully, but like as the industry gets bigger and that influence exists, there are people who are making more things that are influenced by pre-existing things. And when that is in the service of big corpo earning more money, then it starts to feed into itself like Ouroboros in a way. And like people just start making the same thing or the safe thing, I guess. And so things start to get bland because they need to make the safe thing. And the safe thing is all they know because there's just so much content in that space to consume. Because even with like Dark Souls, I feel like there are games within that space that do try to be unique. And some of them do kind of work well in their attempts to, and some obviously don't. But it does lead to like, for every one good game in that space, there being like 10 slops that exist because someone is just remaking a thing that is pre-existing without trying to make it too different. Another iconic OPN song is Lane. Yeah. But I feel like that era has just so much in general. Like that generation of like shows. Yeah, there was Ghost in the Shell. Wait, when was Ghost in the Shell? Wait, when did Ghost in the Shell come out again? I don't remember. 1995. Okay, yeah, about there then. Now what's the never ending look like? No, but that's a good thing, right? But with roguelike, I feel like it's the end result of, in part, the what do you call it? The consumption behavior of gamers, or like the average gamer changing to some extent as well. Because I'm playing some exhaust. Hope you have a good one. Thank you, Nova, and thanks for dropping in. But it does feel like the more it does well, the more big corpos are also starting to try to make games in that space. And I feel like, in a way, half the time when they do try, it doesn't work out as well, in part because of the fact that like it just seems to target the wrong audience in a way. Yeah, and I feel like the playtime to cost metric is a part of what makes it popular as well, or like what makes it popular now, where like when your choice is between like buying Final Fantasy 16 at like 9,000 yen and playing it for like 20 hours and then getting sick of the game, versus like paying like 2,000 yen for Balatro, you know, like there is a choice there that the average person who doesn't want to spend too much money is gonna make. Especially in a country like Japan, where the amount of PC ownership is decreasing, right? Are you gonna buy a console for FF16, or are you gonna like play like Slay the Spire on your phone? In that kind of market where like games are expensive, well, I guess they've always been expensive, but like where affordable games are more accessible than they have ever been before, if you exclude things like demo discs or like shareware back in the day. It makes sense that the market tended in that direction. The more important thing, I feel like, is like trying to figure out how to... I guess it's like more so than the genre that you're making the thing in itself. It's more like the way that one approaches trying to make something within the genre. In that sense. That would result in like how different it is. In the sense of like, as long as you're not trying to draw like full inspiration from the genre itself to make another thing within the genre. Right, kind of like how with like olden games, with something like Pokemon even, like the game that it drew its systems from are basically just command RPGs, but the theme and the basis for its theme and everything else was drawn from elsewhere, and that's what created the weirdness that made stuff like that and Digimon work in their own way. Don't tell me Digimon is dead. Digimon is forever alive in my heart, but you know. Or like Monster Rancher. A recent anime that had pretty good OST was Sunny Boy. I don't remember the Sunny Boy OST. I need to go and give that a listen. I guess in a way demos are coming back, in the sense of like, if you look at something like Nyx Fest and the like, they're coming back as well. Which is definitely a good thing. Hello, Bottle Boy. Welcome. New Digimon game came out recently. It's designed by a Yuzakura person. Wait, did it? Are you talking about the RPG? The command battle one? Or was that a different one? Updating Minecraft server mod pack version. Got it. Time Strangers. Time Strangers is the command RPG, right? Was it? Yeah, it is. Okay, it's that one. Though, I don't know, I remember it being like a turn-based RPG. That's all I remember about it. I still have yet to play the game because like initially when I was considering buying the game, there was a lot of talk about like poor optimization for PC or something. So I just never bothered. And then every other game that released consumed my life and have not bought it until now as a result. I'm gonna remove it. Is it still shit though? I genuinely don't know. I just remember the ratings being really bad at launch because like of that. It's kind of cool scrolling down to the comments and seeing like people saying it's their first Digimon game. It's got really well. Did it? I remember it scoring like lower than anticipated because of performance issues. Like it's good now, but I remember like there was a period where it was like there were a lot of like performance issues, negative like reviews as well. Actually, wait, now I can just double check on the Steam page itself. What am I doing? I could just be misremembering this. But for some reason, I remember there being like a fair amount of negative comments at some point because people were complaining about like performance. Maybe I was just misremembering it then. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that negative. So maybe I'm just misremembering it, because I remember seeing all the negative comments about performance, and that's what actually stopped me from purchasing the game at the time. Yeah, it does seem to be fairly well rated. So like, I guess it really was just me misremembering it then. Maybe this means I should actually buy it now. Could we say the Pokemon Digimon games took inspiration from? I mean, if you're talking about the combat system, maybe. I feel like if you wanted to trace it all far back enough, you could probably like trace it back to some like Wizardry or some other like Western game instead. But like, in terms of a game that was somewhat close, yeah, I guess SMT might be close-ish. It's hard to say for certain though, especially since back in the day, with how much worse like communication tech in general was. It does feel like it could have been the case that they did, or they may just have thought of something that ended up being somewhat similar as well. Like, there's a reason why usually when it comes to game development nowadays as well, people say that like if you think you have a good idea, to just make the thing, because of the fact that like whatever you're thinking of, someone else somewhere in the world might also have thought of it and is in the process of making it. So it could have just been the case that like they somehow just coincidentally ended up at the same-ish, I mean not exactly the same, but like a similar-ish end result because of something that they have all had common ancestry for. That was something else. Or it could have also been SMT. I wouldn't know because I wasn't there, but like, you know. But it's hard to say. Like now, it's really hard to have something pretty original. But that is fine. Yeah. Then it's you from a game. You open the prison launcher while waiting to update the mod pack. We have time. It's not like I'll be on tomorrow anyways, so. I can just update it in the background and let it slowly update anyways. How do I update it? Click on edit on the mod pack. Click on edit. Go into tab. Is this the latest? There isn't the word latest beside it. Or are you saying to just go to the one that's at the top? And just like presumably that's the latest. Okay. And then update pack. Okay, update pack. Okay, it's updated. Like the more automation deleting and crash and stuff. Deleting and fresh install. You mean to delete the game itself and replace and re-download it from a link or something? Also, what do you mean it fixes memory leak? I just saw the thing about the memory leak and I'm like, bruh. The mod actually introduced a memory leak issue. I can delete the mod and reinstall it, but it seems to be found myself. Okay. Well, in that case, it's done. Wait, what the fuck? I just saw the message in chat. Wait, Chuck Norris is dead? Also, he was 86? Holy shit. Poor guy. May he rest in peace. But like, hot damn. I didn't realize he was that old. I thought he was like in his 60s or something. Still. Dude's 86. It's wow. Into my flashcards, sorry, wait. Yeah. I mean, we have waited for a fair bit as is, so we could probably like just start it in like 5 minutes or so. Unless you want time to deal with your flashcards. Let me update of the mod pack, reset the graphic settings. I mean, could be worse, I guess. kind of annoying that they did reset it, but yeah. Fire away if you want. Okay. I'm just saying that, like, if you wanted to do that first, I can just leave it as is for a little longer, but either works. Because what I was trying to say was we could wait to see if anyone else wants to join, but like, right away. Alright. But oh yeah, also on the schedule, I think I put it that like next Saturday there's a stream. But next Saturday I need to basically the building management called for someone to come to like update all of the air conditioners in the building. So on the day itself I need to basically rearrange my room. Basically like shift stuff so that the guy can actually access the air conditioner behind me. And I think he mentioned that it takes like 4 hours to replace both units. So like the stream may start late. Or if he knocks a wire out, it may not start at all. So yeah, just a heads up, cause I don't think I can start the stream while he is like dealing with the AC. We actually have working AC now. I mean, I've always had working AC. The bigger issue with this room is just I don't have like ventilation in this room. Like there's no way for me to like ventilate the room because the pipe goes through the window. And I don't think him like fixing the AC is gonna change that depending on how they do it. Because like the only way I can see them doing it is if they drill a hole through the wall. To like basically allow the pipe through the wall instead of like having it go through the window. But something tells me that, I have a feeling that if they do that, they're probably just gonna leave the window broken or something. And I'll have to like get the building management to like fix that. Or they're just gonna like not deal with it because they don't want to have to deal with the repercussions of it. So I'm gonna have to live with them piping through like the air conditioner through the window. But actually you might be right. It might actually be more fixed than it is now, because like for the last 2 years, I think the air conditioner has been stuck on one specific temperature. Because I have it set at like 27 degrees. But in summer when I use it at 27 degrees, it feels like 22. And then when I reduce it to 22, it still feels like 22. So like I think it might have like gotten stuck on one temperature. Prison so see stuff to intimidate the guy and make him work faster. We just scare him into working faster, right? That's how we do it. I mean, if I wanted to present it, it's already there. It's more like I would have to clean it up. But more so than that, it's just more so that with how cramped this room is, in order to make space for him to get to the air conditioner unit behind me, I'll probably have to like lift up the bed and like literally lift up the bed and like put it onto the wall. I might have to shift the monitors off the table. I'll probably have to like shift the shelves behind me, like these shelves here as well. I'll probably need to like shift all of them somewhere else temporarily so that he can reach the air conditioner, which is like up over there. So like either way, there's a lot of I won't call it remodeling, but there's a lot of stuff I need to fix and shift. So like I feel like a large part of that day is gonna end up being dedicated to that. Like he comes at like 12 p.m. but like I feel like from like maybe like 10 a not 12 12 p.m. 12 p.m. But I feel like from 10 a.m. I might need to like start shifting everything else in order to make space. Otherwise, there's just simply no way it's gonna work out. But yeah, I mean, like on a general basis, there is some fairly sussy stuff up and about. It's just that it's all out of screen in a way that like unless the camera falls off in a very dramatic fashion, it shouldn't be visible anyways. So hopefully we should be good. Oh wait, the AI had recheat. I just realized. I have been playing like a madman this whole time. Without realizing that. Oh, that's really funny. But I think I may have fucked myself. Oh, oh no, it begins. It's gonna start doing the thing, isn't it? Oh, it's the dealer as well. No, I'm the dealer. Oh no. It's happening again. Ah. Also, you know what's one thing that sometimes just spooks me a little? Like sometimes I'll just get a random person adding me on Discord. And it's like, it feels like it might be a bot, and I can't tell if it's a bot, but like, I always feel bad, because I worry that it might actually be a real person who's like, it's probably a spam bot, but there's a part of me that always wonders, like, what if I'm actually just like, not replying to an actual person, and then now I feel bad. But it's like, no mutual friends, no mutual servers, account created in 2025, and I'm just like, yeah, but like it feels so suspicious. I kind of don't want to like actually interact with them. Because like for some reason they have, I mean, they have the bot filter, but sometimes they just break through the filter, and whenever that happens, it just makes me feel a little like, had a few recently, all of them bots. A few of them. Ah, okay. Well, that scared me for a second. Like, I know it's probably a scam, but like there's a part of me that like just wonders, like, what if it isn't a scam though? And then I feel bad. We may want to discount that. This point may also discount that. But yeah, that was a thing that has been happening recently, so spooky. No, I can't really use this anymore, can we? Like, too many of the tiles are out to be able to do anything with that. I don't wanna take that risk. Oh, it's modded. Am I just gonna lose and get wrecked by just everyone Zamoring? Ah! GG, well played. Okay. But yeah, overall, I have to say though, like I really do feel like I'm just like growing old at this point. Like after the karaoke, I was so tired as well. Like I got home, I could barely last till like 9 a.m. and then I really had to sleep, which was really bad. I feel like in the past, like it was like right after the karaoke, even then it's like physically I'm still like, as the kids would put it, right? Like I still feel like hip and spry enough to be able to like go about the rest of the day. Wait up for 24 hours. I mean, probably. Right? I woke up at 7 a.m. I went to work. We went to the karaoke. I was up till 9 a.m. So it was like 26 hours. But I feel like I've been up for longer in the past without much issue. Like when you think about like Tetsuya Comic back in the day, that's like what? Take a quick power nap till 4 p.m. or like 5 p.m. Wake up, final prep, leave house at 7, 8, queue till 10 a.m. the next day, Comic till 4, 5 p.m. Go home, power nap for 3 to 4 hours, go out, queue at 8 p.m. again. And it's like, I used to repeat that cycle like 2 to 3 days each time. And compared to that, like now it's just like, I'm doing less, but I feel more tired. Though that might also be a result of COVID, I guess. Like, it just never was a need to do that during COVID. Ah! Guys, I think I'm cooked. Oi, 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 oi. Not like this. Not like this. But yeah, it was fun though. I had never been to the arcade at Odaiba before, so like walking through the arcade was certainly an experience. It feels very shit in a way that's difficult to describe. Where it's like I don't know how best to put it other than like it feels like a lot of arcade slot games like Minecraft, like Minions, like Flappy Bird, those kind of games, and a lot of crane machines. And like that was the entire arcade. So like the whole thing just feels very like you don't like the whole place had like maybe one sound vortex machine. You had like 2 Idolmaster tours. Like the stuff that like people who actively arcade a lot would play. They just don't really have it. No, but I mean like back in the day you used to have like a lot of like cool shit in arcades as well that like they just don't make anymore, probably because like it isn't as cost effective.
No.
Like the old school arcade boards with like those shoot 'em ups and like fighting games aren't really much of a thing anymore. But those have not been a thing for a while, so like even putting that aside, like you don't really have like the gimmicky stuff like gunslingers, strators and stuff like that anymore either. Rocio, you're down here with me. Humanity prevails, but we were both sacrificed in the process. Humanity prevails! And we didn't even cheat and coordinate to do it either. Which goes to show that humanity is still wrestler gaming. Just crane and coin machines. Yeah, but that's what the arcade at Odaiba mostly felt like. Oh no, there were slot machines. There were slot machines in there as well. They had all the slot. They had like horse racing arcade. They had slot machines. They had the one where you shoot coins at the thing and then like it pushes the coins forward and into the thing below. Like they had all the slot. They had the fishing thing as well, which feels like gambling. Like all of the slot arcade machines, they actually had all of it. It was wow. It didn't feel like I was in Japan. I can't join the game from a beginner. Yeah, feel free. I mean that's where, I mean, to be fair, we all kind of, or at least I kind of still suck at the game anyway, so feel free. If you want, I can also start doing like thought process like explanations when I like do stuff in the game again. If you want to like practice and learn as well. Like I realized that like ever since everyone became able to play the game, I just use the time to talk and like chat instead of like actually trying to explain stuff. Things you do to beat AI 3-1. No, we didn't. It was a very regular game. I ended up last. What do you mean? See, I'm the worst player at the table. What the fuck is this hand? Okay, yeah, we'll discard the one because we'll discard this because it's the most isolated thing in the hand. Right, the general rule of thumb is like you look at your hand and you try to figure out and understand which are the most isolated tiles and you discard that one. Right, like in the case of my hand, like this is the thing that's furthest from everything else. So on its own, it has no value, so we'll discard it. We kind of want that because we already know where this hand is going. We'll discard this because it's isolated as well because we have no surrounding tiles. And then we do that. And then we discard this because we know what we're trying to do with this hand. Remember the Yakus? Don't worry about it. That's what the Yaku page is for. To be fair, most people don't remember the Yakus at the start. I think I showed it once when we first started doing the streams, but like in the Richie Mahjong club and my school, the university I was in back in the day, we used to have a print sheet where like all of they printed a piece of paper, it was like 3 pieces of paper with every single Yaku explained on it, and trying to link it to like Yaku hands and other forms of Mahjong as well, so that you can make it easier for people trying to learn to like tie it back to whatever Mahjong that they learned. And then like they laminated it and they like pinned it together, and then like whenever new people came, they would just give that to them, and you just see them flipping through it while playing the game instead. And like I feel that is better than the way they have it in this game, where you need to like push 3 buttons to get to the Yaku page. Like I feel like the Yaku page should be a button on the main UI here. If you want to teach new players, like it should be somewhere on this page instead. You could say it's useless for like veteran players, but like frankly, if someone is that good at the game, I don't think they will be playing like hardcore Mahjong Souls, like if they were top players. Like most people probably don't need the thing when you get used enough to the game. Like the people at the top ranking in this game probably don't need it either. But I feel like if the goal of the game and its design is to get people to play Mahjong, and therefore to increase your consumer base so that you have people who would then spend on the costume gacha, it would make sense to have like a button here, or maybe in the settings directly here. Like it should be on the first page that I open up in the settings, I feel like, rather than giving me the BGM, or like have it be on the same page as the BGM instead. Or like its own tab. Like maybe if I click this, it's just Yaku page. Like it shouldn't be buried three pushes deep like this in the others section, no less. Because like, it makes it harder for people to find it, which I don't think is a good thing. If it doesn't get you closer to Tenpai, then you don't need it. Yeah, that is true. The only difficult thing with that is well, I guess for new players is trying to figure out what gets you closer to Tenpai the most optimally. We need a home version of Konami's Mahjong Fight Go. What do you mean? You can go to DL site and buy like a it's probably like homemade. But yeah, the Mahjong Fight Go that he had was the character art in all those Konami games, man. Like holy shit. Between that and what was the other one? The Academy one with Grim Otherware and Bomber Girls, it's like holy shit. They are sitting on a gold mine treasure trove that they're just not using. It's insane. But yeah, at this point with this hand, we more or less know where we want to go with it, so it's kind of not as much to talk about. If we wanted to, I guess I'd be like looking at everyone else's hands, right? Or like their discards and trying to guess. Like Throwdex's like initial discard, for example, is a little sussy, for example, like a 3 is certainly a very weird one to start on, because like if you wanted to read into it, it probably means that either he's building towards a specific suit or another. Like he's not going terminals, because if he was going terminals, the 3 wouldn't make sense to the 2 tiles after, right? The 1 and the 1. So it's like he's not going terminals. So like the 3 either means that like no, it probably means that he at the very least his initial plan may have been like a half suit, or or he had 2 of the green honor tiles in his hand from the start, and he's going for something very small. Or maybe he has a Dora. Like, that's the way you could interpret, like, discards, for example. Same for Rosios. Like, you look at that, it's like, it's too early to say, but at the very least, you could at least tell that he's not going for, like, a hand that involves terminals. But he discarded the North fairly early as well, which means that either he doesn't believe that it will come, or I'm sorry. It's not a big hand. Tanyao pawn on Osio. It feels like a Tanyao pawn. Yeah, and like in this case, it's like with my discards and the pile on the right, I guess, it's like it was very heavily leaning in the direction of it being like a full suit, for example, because like there was no, well, I guess not a full, but a full or half suit, because I didn't discard a single one of the circular tiles the entire game. So like if you wanted to read into what your opponent is doing to play defensively, that's something to take note of as well. But that's the tough part. I feel like the toughest part with like Richie Mahjong is more so than building the hand. The part where it becomes challenging is when you start to try to when you start to learn to play defensively, and then you realize like, and then you have to start like thinking like, how are people building and how to discard. I had no pin tiles. 3 was my only one. Hence my discard. Makes sense. So it's the isolated tile. Yeah, that makes sense. So at the very least, if one were to play out with the assumption that like you were building towards a suit, the safest thing to throw would have been the pins, the round tiles instead. I get too used to calling them marbles in English, but like, there's the pin. Like that would be the way to play around it in a way that will be safe at that point if there was a need to play defensively against it. Because it's a discard that basically hints towards at the very least that suit being something to take note of as potentially being safe when looking at the discards. But yeah, with this hand now, it's like, what do we discard even? We have a pair here. This is isolated, but we kind of want to discard the 5 last. Well, I guess it depends. Like, in this situation where the game is starting out and it doesn't seem like anyone is close to finishing their hand yet, the 5 in your hand is a better keep than the 3. Like, there's 3 over here, for example, because, like, if you keep the... Because, like, the 5 allows you to build out more generally in both directions than a tile closer to the corner. So it's better to keep the 5 than the 3 here. We'll take that for now. Discard this for now, because that was the plan either way. Then the other way you will look at like at what's in the discard as well. Like in that specific situation, like maybe keeping the 5 may have been bad since like Rodex already discarded the 6 as well. So the probability of us getting something that can link into the 5 is LinkedIn, haha. Link into the 5 is a little lower. The 3 is also... Yeah, we can probably stand to discard the 5 at this point. Oh, never mind. This is the pop part door. We can keep that 6 and a 3, so like 6 tiles left in the board. We'll probably want to keep this, so we'll discard. Let's discard this. Looks like YouTube's updating their anti-ad blocks. Actually, we might discard all three, so like, it's fine. Well, what are they doing now? Are they gonna fuck up your bandwidth even more if you like download shit instead? I mean, if you like have ad block up. Having infinite loading for a while now, they really are just making it worse, huh? Oh, that's rough. It's really rough. Okay, so that completes. We have that. That's it's not a smaller weed. With a hand like this, regardless, we can't really... Is it smaller? No. The best discard here will be the other 9, I think. Because the triplet here completes. We have a pair. We have pair. We can discard this. Next. And then if we get the 7, then this can be more versatile. We can discard this, and then if another hand completes, and then we can opportunistically, yeah, because like we can wait on both sides of the tower instead. No, if we draw the 7, we discard the 6, not the 8. Because if we discard the 8, we'll fully 10. CC button is also flickering. Are you sure your PC hasn't just been like hacked and set to blow up or something? Like, I don't think I've ever heard of the CC button flickering being a thing before. Or is that like a fairly like normal ad blocker thing? Nah, we can't use that. It's a tough one. We'll probably discard this. Yeah. Either that or we could have discarded this instead. But this hand gives us a little bit of wiggle room because of the fact that, like, in the worst case, we can Tanyao somebody. But the decision on whether or not to is a little dependent because, like, this hand isn't too bad. We can fairly stably get something that might be good. My GPU died due to PC. Oh, wait, due to PC lighting? What do you mean? It's a scary hand on the right. On the right? You mean here? On the Rodex's side? Yeah. I mean, is it? It's hard to tell what they have because they reach it so early. But looking at the discards that have been coming out since then, it might be a combination of 2 suits, but okay, this hand is still okay-ish. We can try to rebuild around Rodex's hand since, like, all we can really tell is that, like, 6 and there's a 6 and a 9 there. Yeah, it's hard to tell much at all. Like, if I had to discard something, and get a read on discards. The best I could say you could try to guess from the discards is to discard these tiles. because these are already his discards here, the 9 and the 6. Because 6 is also a very fast discard. Oh, it wasn't. I misread it then. Yeah. Every time GPU hits max time, sometimes they crash the GPU. Yeah, there's no way. That one I would have probably fallen for as well, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't have been able to get a read on that. That means he just really had a very fast hand. I had the lighting change depending on GPU temps. Every time GPU hits max time, sometimes they crash the GPU. Oh, so it's like the application that like was meant to tie it basically fucked up, is what you're saying, huh? What did this cut? Will this cut the whiteboard first? That's so amazing in its own way, like as someone who has never had like epic gamer like aesthetics on his PC, it sounds so wild to me that the game can actually like fuck up from that. Like, it doesn't sound like the kind of thing you'd expect to happen, but like, I guess it just does, huh? But these two. No, this hand isn't good enough to want to like rush that. We'll just cut the 8 and then we'll just cut this and then we'll go from there. Is it lighting with the fan and RAM had colored lights? Are you sure the colored lights from your RAM didn't just like irradiate it or something? It was secretly giving out like 50 million gamma rays and it gave your RAM cancer or something. And that exploded your PC instead. Okay. That's an early east. Early east? Oh, yeah. That's a really early east. More concern on Virtuo's nines. I mean, I would say that the fact that he went 9s like that, if anything, it's probably a good thing for us, because it makes it more obvious in a way. I guess it makes it more readable what he's potentially going for. Maybe? Because he discarded the 3 and the 4 after. So either he's trying to bait us, or he is actually going for like terminals. I don't think it's triplets. Unless he's intentionally baiting by throwing the 3 and the 4. Because if he was going all triplets, leaving or like going for the 3 and the 4 that quickly means that either he already has like Bro, what the fuck? That's cheating. He hacked the system. What the fuck did I just witness? Hello? K-Suts? I would like to report a cheat. Ah. Moshi moshi? Policeman? Help me de arimasu? What the fuck is this? Yeah, but the fact that he threw a 3 and a 4 means that he's definitely not going like suit or half suit, right? I don't think he's going suit or half suit if he's discarding that, what he has discarded so far. So like the two possibilities that are ahead of us right now is that he's either going like toy or half suit. No, not toy or half suit, sorry. He's going all triplets or he's going like something terminals related. We'll pressure him. Sasa! Hajimara de wa nai ka! Funny! We have no fear. We must exert dominance. We must show that like we have no fear because we know we're gonna win. Then maybe he'll back down, right? He'll break his hand even though he has 4 Doras. It's not gonna happen, but still. But yeah, I mean like looking at my board, if I were him, I would just discard like a bamboo or something. Because like a bamboo looks like the safest thing to discard if you don't want to feed into the Richi. But yeah, no, even then, like the fact that there's no bamboos is probably, no, it probably means the inverse, right? You wouldn't want to discard the bamboos. Because if you discard the bamboo into a discard pile of no bamboos, the probability of like feeding into it is higher. Oh, can't. I think we need the 5th Kan in order to tie, right? Or was it the 4th one? Like, if you're worried about like what's in my hand, like based off the discard pile, I would just not discard bamboos. Meanwhile, Rosio has played the 4 triplet pawn. So at least now we know he's going toy. So like if you're worried about it, the safest way would then be to just like throw something that is already fairly obvious that it has multiple copies on the board. Or that you have multiple copies of in your hand if you want to be really safe. Like I would say this is more like defensive play. But like if you feel your hand isn't big and you see like Rosio's hand and you feel like your main goal is to like not feed into it, if you have a triplet in your hand, you could potentially just break the triplet and just like keep safe for 3 rounds. Yeah, he has 8 Doras now. It's kind of scary, to be honest. He did it. He did the thing. He did the thing. Does it end? It does, right? It does. No, my 1,000 points! You did the mad lad. He trolled us all. No, but I lose 1,000 points! My 1,000 points goes in the pot because of that. No! Ah! Ah! 3 Doras. I had 0 Doras. My hand was actually really shit, to be honest. I wouldn't even have a Tanya in my hand. That's how bad it was. Ow. Back to slaving away in Minecraft. Yeah, go get your what was it? Get your iron smelting that takes like 70 human years and like 24 like millennium parsecs or something in order to like actually like complete. Would come for science. I mean, it would be funny for sure. Unfortunately, after my initial pawn, I had no more. My initial Khan, I had no more Khans left in my hand. To unkhan with a Ricci. But yeah, there definitely is a lot to learn with the Yakus in particular. Like, there's just so much to take into account when you're learning to build hands at the start. And while it's nice that they automatically like line up tiles for you in this game, sometimes I actually do feel like because of the fact that the tiles are lined in like numerical order, it actually makes certain hands harder to spot, if anything. Like sometimes if my hand gets like messy enough, I actually do turn off the auto just so that I can realign the tiles in my hand, so that I can keep focus on what I need. Because like sometimes like when you see like 2 3s, 3 4s, 2 5s, then like 4 6s, and then it's just like you're looking at your hand and like I need to pass this mess. But because it just lines it all up like this, you look at it, you might just think like, oh, there's a toy in my hand. But like there's actually like multiple things it could potentially build into that has more versatility. But because of the fact that you need to turn off the auto to rearrange stuff, it can look confusing initially at times. Is it true people still gamble anyway and playing Mahjong? It depends. Not all people do. Some people play it, and like you'd have to go to a fairly shady Janso to do it. If you really wanted to gamble in Japan, as well in particular, rather than Mahjong, you'd probably have an easier time just going to a pachinko parlor, to be honest. Like, there's like so many pachinko parlors around Japan that like if the goal is to gamble, Mahjong is not a very efficient way to do it in Japan, I feel like. In part because the logistics are difficult. And sorry, give me a second here, think about this hand real quick. Do we break the versatility here? We'll just cut this 9. We make triplet here and this goes there. Now if we finish this, we can discard this, and then yeah, let's do that. Because this gives us a maybe bigger hand. This is your constant gambling law. Because the thing, I mean, it depends, right? Because like when you go to a pachinko parlor, it's the general like unwritten rule that it's a place of gambling. Like, you'd be hard pressed to find a pachinko place that does not exploit the loophole to give you a payout. And like pachinko places are so common that there's no reason to not go to one, conversely. Let me think about this hand real quick. We discard this? And then like... No, I think this hand is a little rough. It's just more like the accessibility, because like if a person wants to gamble, like every station, unironically, like almost every, like maybe not every, but almost every station or alternate station, you will find a pachinko parlor. So like, if you wanted to gamble, it's easier to find a pachinko parlor than a mahjong place. And not all mahjong places allow you to gamble, but effectively, I mean, like, you know, like, or like, I guess legally, like, no place allows you to gamble, but like, no, it's harder to find a mahjong place that gives you a gift that you could potentially pawn for money. But many pachinko places do give you gifts that you can then pawn for money, coincidentally, at a nearby store. Because like with mahjong, it's like, while you do have a gambling element to it, there is a sufficient part of this space that doesn't play it for the gambling aspect alone. It's kind of like with poker in a way, right? Where you have people for whom like the earning money from the game is not about the gambling. It's about like going to like tournaments and winning in like high skill tournaments, or selling books about how they get good at the game. No! Oh, he was waiting on the eye. Oh, he had the straight as well. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. Shipiki. Wait, what did she say again? I think it's something like Shipiki Boba. Was it Babo? Spiki Babo Aniran Marieyo, or something like that. I think that's what she says. It's something along the lines of like Spiki isn't stupid. But yes, hello, Kodokoto. Hope you have been doing well. But yeah, it really is just more the case that like there are probably places you can find that you might be able to legally distinct not gamble at for mahjong as well, but they're not as common as with pachinko. And at the very least, I have not seen one in 10 years, so I wouldn't be able to tell you if they still exist, to be honest. They could. They very well might. I just don't have a way to confirm that they do. Pom pom pom. If this comes, you can cheat it. if we chi this to basically form this. Oh no, we're on auto now. No, go. Like we want to chi this and then leave this. And then if we can do that, we can pawn this, discard this. Then wait, no, chi this, discard this, pawn this, discard this. Hope to get the 8. And then we epic win. Lay epic. It's a big if though, since we need like 3 of this tile to come out. Games will also allow gambling games, including Mahjong, the has activated to be treated as a game itself. I feel like the big difference is that Mahjong, to me at least, like the closest equivalent I can think of in the West would be something like poker, where there is a bit more of a game outside of just the chance itself because of the way it is specifically played for like Texas Hold'em specifically. Obviously with Mahjong there's a bit more than that because like there is a lot of like deck building going on as well. Okay, wait, we'll have to discard this, right? 6. Do we want this? I mean, it's a fast one, but I don't think it's a good one. It's round 3. Let's discard this for now. We'll see how it goes. Because like banking on getting this instead is very high risk. But I feel like we can at least hope for better than this being our out. Like it feels more like Mahjong, while it has been a game that at some point was used to for gambling to some extent, the game on an overall is complicated enough that it's not as good of a gambling game if the goal is just purely to gamble in that sense. Which is why it has this, like, as you said, like, it has this effort. Well, I guess it has the weird status of being a game that is able to be used as one, but not perceived as one by everyone who wants to play the game as well. Like, people don't get... I feel like the majority of people who want to play it don't get into it with the goal of, I want to gamble, because the amount of the amount of effort you need to put in to learn how to gamble on it is too inhibitive to want to do it for the gambling aspect alone, in that sense. So it's kind of like you say, I guess, where it's like it has enough game to be enjoyed without gambling, and in a way, it has too much game to make it an easily accessible gambling game. So while you could, it's also true that many... do I do this? Yeah, let's do this once. We'll go one more loop. Let's gamble a little with this hand. Because I kind of want to discard this. Pachinko is just pull lever. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. Like, the barrier to entry is different. Where with Mahjong, you have... Yeah, it's a good thing we didn't reach it, I guess. Oh, the epoch is... it's not that bad. Oh yeah, which reminds me, I took my brother and his girlfriend, because his girlfriend is from the Philippines. Haha. Who would have thunk it? But like, yeah, his girlfriend is from the Philippines, and they were visiting. So we brought them to the pachinko parlor so she could see a pachinko parlor for the first time. It was kind of funny, because like it was really funny because like they saw the machine and they were so excited, and then they sat down and then they played it, and then she was just like, oh, that's it. It's like, oh, that's it? Yeah, that's it. Like, the older machines are literally, you just put your hand on the lever, you turn the knob, and then you just leave your hand like this. You don't actually pull the lever over and over. Especially, you know. No, you see, it's hard to tell, because if you watch like animations of what a pachinko machine looks like, it looks like a lot is happening. Like I've showed you guys before, right? Like the Blue Rock pachinko machine. Like when you look at it online, it looks like a lot is happening. But the truth is, you're not doing a lot to make a lot happen. Like you look at something like this, right? For example. Like so much shit is happening. There's like a fucking sensory overload on screen. Like you don't know what's happening. Like there's all sorts of like insane shit on screen. It looks like you're doing something, but the thing is, you're not actually doing something. You're just watching like animations, and like you're holding down a lever. But like you're seeing all this and like going on. Like this looks like a battle screen. Then like there's like he's screaming, like there's an ulti happening. And then like the machines, depending on the machine, sometimes they'll have shit like this as well, where like you have like physical parts like this ball that will like come down and it will like start swinging and shit. And it's like, it looks like a lot is happening, but you're not actually doing anything. You're literally sitting there with your hand on a knob that is held in place. Do pachinkos all play the same, or is the genre? Pachinkos all play the same. You sit there on the machine with a knob and you hold down the... I shouldn't Google pachinko, cause or like I should like it might like show something to see, so I should open it on a separate screen just to be safe. They all play the same. They all play the same. Every pachinko machine is basically you see this knob over here, this knob. You put your hand on this knob, you turn it, and then balls fly down on the thing. There is a... It's not even like a difference in the way you play it, but the pins are put in different positions depending on the machine. And the machine layout is different depending on the machine. So the amount of how far you turn the knob depends on the machine. So like some machines, you don't want to turn the knob like all the way to the other end. You maybe want it somewhere in the middle for the optimal chance of scoring. But you're just holding the knob in place, and then like yeah, sometimes there's a button you push to like have like more effects. Like the Blue Rock one has the button in the middle as well, but like for the most part, pachinko machines all play the same. It's a genre of games that all play the same, I guess. It's like what's it called? Smart ball. Which I think smart ball is a Japanese. I think it's called smart ball. Wait. Smarter ball, dude? Yeah, this thing. Smart ball. Not the console game, but this thing. You have this in Osaka instead. Like you have this thing in Osaka, which basically plays like a pachinko machine, but with a bit more skill. Wherein you would launch the ball physically and it would just knock down the pins and like end up in one of the holes. It's like this, except that with a pachinko machine, you can't even read the nails to figure out what's a good machine and what's a good force to use. But most pachinko machines are less interactive pinball. Yeah. Smart ball is less interactive pinball, and pachinko is less interactive smart ball. So wonder whether they play different from each other. And yeah, that's exactly the thing. That's exactly the impression that my brother's girlfriend had, because she has, so she works for can I say it? I don't know if I can say it, but she works for a company that leases its IPs to pachinko machines. So she knows about the existence of a pachinko machine and she has seen the games online, but she had never seen a machine in real life. So when you go into the pachinko parlor for the first time, it looks really cool because you're seeing all of these different anime IPs that you know around you. And you're like, oh wow, look, it's Gundam, it's Eva, it's One Punch Man. Oh my god, there's a One Punch Man pachinko machine. I wonder how this plays, how is it different? And then you sit down and you actually play the thing and you realize that it's just holding down a knob until you lose all your money. And then you realize it's just basically like slots, but more predatory. And then you stop, unless you really want to gamble. The reason why I say it's more predatory than slots is because psychologically it fucks with your brain more in terms of how it rewards you than slots does, in my opinion. Because with slots, you only win when the thing aligns. And while all of that is basically a game of chance because it's just rates whether or not it lines up or not, the slot machine, when you win, it's a single instantaneous moment of victory. The three things align, you get a cool animation, and then it's over. But with pachinko, they basically have the equivalent of what's called a fever time in them. Where if you basically if you play long enough, and sometimes if you lose long enough, you go into what is called the fever time, where the game gives you a comeback mechanic. Where you suddenly enter the zone where you only win. And then the machine will instead roll to keep you in the fever instead. So instead of getting a single instantaneous moment of winning, you get an extended burst of good feeling in the middle. And it's guaranteed to happen. So to me at least, it fucks with the brain a little more because it's constantly feeding you win after win after win. And at the same time, because of the animations that the machines have, it's also numbing your brain at the same time from the sensory overload. So you win, you're feeling good, your senses are getting overloaded. And then when the fever stops, unless you have a lot of self-control, some people will just sit on. Maybe I'll enter the next fever. Maybe I'll continue winning, who knows. And then you go on and on and on, and then the sunk cost causes you to lose. Is it possible to exploit the fever time to get net positive earning or something? Not alone. And depends on the machine. Basically, there are people in Japan who work in groups to earn a net positive from pachinko parlors. It is possible, but it's not possible alone. And it's typically not easy to do unless you have people who are very good at math. Because the thing with pachinko machines is that on different days, different machines have different rates and different campaigns. Sometimes they give you a point bonus if you play on a specific machine and stuff like that. Or the rate of something triggering is higher. So the way it would work, and the only way to earn money from pachinko, is you go in a big enough group of people who can calculate which machines have the best rates, and you all sit down together, and basically because of the fact that there's enough of you playing the higher rate machines, as a group you will go net positive because of law of big numbers. Where basically the machine on its own, if you play it on your own, you will probably lose. But because the machine is set to give a winning payout on average, when you have a big enough number, on average the group is winning, and that's how they do it. It's a group agreement that they would go together some will lose, some will win. But because we are all on the highest machine that has an average winning payout, we will win as a group and split the rewards. And that's how those people earn money. Like, I literally know a guy who does that in Osaka. He's like in his 30s, but he does that as well. No, like the people who do like the seniors are the ones who go there and just like lose money because they're probably not thinking about it this hard. The guy I know who does this is in his 30s, and the people in his group are like 30 to 40 plus. They treat it the way other people treat stocks, basically. Because for them, they know it's a winning formula, and it's a stably winning formula. So they basically speculate into it as a group, the way someone might speculate into stocks as a basket. Because, yeah, like law of big numbers, they will win the payout for those machines. I think OT Grinder mentioned them before as well. Like people call them like pachikasu, which is like pachinko trash, because like they literally just like envelop all their time into just like learning this and to basically like doing this one thing with pachinko machines. But most, like quite a few of them do it as a hobby, but like yeah, it's a thing that exists. But yeah, you can't do this on your own. It's a thing. You can exploit it, and people do exploit it. But in the end, even though you have groups like this that exploit it, net the parlor still wins because you have enough people who don't do that, feeding money into the system. Basically, you can think of it like the card counting of like blackjack's card counting, I guess, except that they don't chase you out for being like a pachikasu here. I guess some pachinko parlors might, but like majority don't. But it works on the same way where like while you can do the math, not everybody does it. And unlike blackjack, where they try to like stop you from doing it, like with the new shuffling machines that prevent you from like card counting, with or like they have like the deck with like, I think it was like what the shuffler with like 4 decks in it or something. With pachinko machines, they don't really bother to do it because the average person who goes there doesn't actually feed into it. Oh, we did it. Although it wasn't enough to oh wait, no, I'm second. Hey, we climbed back. I was waiting on that 6-2. Well, I guess that's why no one was throwing it. But that GG time for lunch. Alright, Rodex, enjoy your lunch. Yeah, I guess we can keep it for like 5 minutes and wait. But yeah, Fubu Kawasa. Fuyu Kawasa. Oh. You heading off as well? Yeah, I'm gonna hit the sleep. Alright. I mean, we can play one more game of Fuyu Kawasa at least. So I can explain more of the game. Yeah. We'll give it like a 5-minute wait and we'll play one last game. Well, that wasn't too bad. I feel like for a beginner, like winning a round is RNG, but like overall, you didn't feed into anything heavy or big, and that was already like not too bad. I don't know if that was done by intention, but still. But yeah, it does feel like the best way to learn is really just learning the Yakus first and trying to understand how to build towards Yakus. But at some point, the second most important thing, to me at least, the second most important thing is learning defensive play, which is even harder. Other regions are easier to learn, even if there's family to teach. Other regions are easier to learn. You mean other regions Mahjong are easier to learn. Only have like 3 Yakus on the side screen. Which 3 is it? Like 1 is probably the Tanyao. Toy, like the all triplets. Like probably this one. No, not this one. This is Sun An. It's different. It's a simpler one. No mention Mahjong, I don't think I can play it without gambling, no. I mean, it should be possible, right? It's just that people don't. Like, I have played Singapore's version, and like, I can see it working without money, but the game and its rule set is designed for gambling first. Like, the way you get payouts is very different, and the speed of the game is very different. I don't know if it's the same for Malaysian Mahjong, but like the difference in the rules makes it easier to speed into like to make it like a gambling game, and it's quite boring. But is it boring because there isn't the stakes, or is it because there isn't a lot to think about? That's what I wonder. Like this is just me trying to dissect it a little, that's all, and think about it. Because like when I play like Richie, what makes it fun to me? I think like for me what makes it fun is the fact that it rewards good defensive play. Like to me that's a very big thing of it. And that was one thing that I realized when I played Singapore Mahjong, why I don't like Singapore Mahjong. Because like even like very fundamental rule things, like in Richie, if I feed someone the winning tile, I'm the only one that pays. But in Singapore's rules, it's like the person who feed pays double of everyone else, but everybody still pays. And I feel like the fact that everybody still pays is what makes it feel more boring. Because you're getting punished for other people's mistakes. Whereas in this, because of the fact that like you can essentially play defensively to dodge a feed, I feel like that in and of itself kind of makes it such that like it makes it feel like your actions have more meaning when you can like play that defensively. And that's what makes it work more as a game rather than just for gambling. Because it encourages defensive play that is generally not as it encourages defensive play in a way that doesn't pay out the way a gambling game would, right? Where like in this game, I can aim to be second and have a net point differential of nothing. Like it's a goal that someone can realistically aim for if they're really good at the game. And I feel like that alone makes it something where the game feels a little less like gambling, even though you could use it for gambling. That hand. Yeah, actually maybe I could have kept this. Like when they discarded that, and then there's like the it looks good, but like the fact that there's an East on board, there's an East on the Richie bar, in the Richie like what's it called, wall, and then there's like one in my hand. And then like the first discard by the CPU was like fucking the South. Maybe I could have kept the South, but like it's a sad one. Oh yeah, the Fury 10 rule as well. Fury 10 is, to me, Fury 10 feels like a rule that exists so you can't spite others. But yeah, in terms of like, I don't know if it's considered easy hands for Kawasa, but like, I would say like Tanyao, anything that's like half full suit related, or triplets. Like those 3 at the very least would be important to remember. And aside from that, maybe maybe the Ricci. Like being able to build to a Ricci, I feel like it's a very important skill to have as well. Because if you learn how to build to a Ricci, I feel like it teaches a lot of the game. Because I have to go now. Ask this one is the punish reward part. Wish I could join a game now. Yeah, sure. I mean, wait, no. Next Saturday, I may or may not be able to play because of the air conditioner. So it's a little random, but yeah. If not, you can join us next Saturday in Dora or doubles. Yeah, but like no, but the thing is, Dora basically requires you to have another something else in your hand. Like it does not give you the winning hand on its own. Like a Dora requires you to still know like the basics of like Tan Yao. Like I have 3 Doras, therefore I go for Tan Yao because it's the fastest hand I can make. Because the Dora itself doesn't give me anything. And the more Yakus later. Yeah, because I feel like you want some variance in the type of hands that you memorize while keeping even among the simple ones. Like Tan Yao is simple to understand and it's really small, but it's a good hand to know because it's basically your oh fuck switch where like no matter how late you get into your learning Mahjong, it's the hand that sometimes can save you from very bad hands your opponents might have because having the ability to make the decision, to make the judgment call that like everybody is building towards a big hand, I should try to close out the game early or opportunistically like fold my hand later. It's very important. And the Tan Yao, while it is a meme, it will essentially teach you an important skill later into the game. Because yeah, Tan Yao teaches you to make value judgments. Where like because the hand is so small, it teaches you at some point when you get punished enough playing it to decide when to push and when not to push, when to break if you're just on nothing but a Tan Yao. And then that will feed into defensive play, where Tan Yao becomes a defensive tool instead of offensive one. Well, I guess it's a defensive offensive tool. It's like parrying in a video game, I guess. Always think of certain offense. Always. Every time I open a hand, the first thing I do is I look at the number of honor tiles. If I count 8 or 9, I just go 13 offense. Which is not a good thing for me to say on stream, because sometimes I just count the numbers out loud on stream. You'll just see me sit here and be like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yush, let's go. And then we'll just like go in to a fucking 13 offense. No, I think they said, I think the general rule is 9, not 8. But like, every time I see 8, my brain just starts to get triggered. But yes, the Ricci is very important. Since like, and like knowing how to build towards a Ricci will basically teach a person like a lot of the game's rules, I feel like. Because it basically teaches you what hands are valid and not valid. And how, because of the fact that some of them are very Ricci exclusive. Like when you like to end up with a hand where the Ricci is the only Yaku will also teach a person, I feel like, how to differentiate between like the other hand types as well, in a way. Right, like it teaches a person like terminals and Tan Yao differences, half suit, and stuff like that as well. But yeah, the thing with the game is just that there's just so many hands in it. And frankly, I do feel like among all of the hands that exist, some... I do feel like the... what do you call it? The point distribution doesn't make sense sometimes. When to open your hand or not. Yeah, for sure. when to open your hand and when to discard certain tiles. I feel like those are two very important things. But yeah, when to open your hand is definitely the most important one, because like some hands don't work when you open it. Like Richie, for example. I think Pinfu as well. Like you can't Pinfu when your hand is open, I think. I'll need to check that. Yeah, the hand became really small on the end because of the wind. We could have aimed for a bigger hand, but I ain't gonna lose to no bot. Or if we wanted to make it seem more like fucked up, we could just be like, I ain't gonna lose to no clanker. Only gonna be so many more years left, we can say that before it actually becomes a slur, so best to get it out of your system while you can. But yeah, it does feel like with the hands as well. Like there's so many things that I don't want to confuse him by talking too much about like all of the other things as well. But there's like so much that you could take into account that it's kind of fun at times. Because like when to open your hand doesn't just affect like whether your hand's value is big or small, but it also affects the ability others have to read your hand. Because making certain forms of like plays instantly cues others into like what your hand is building towards. The same for the discard pile, I guess. Like things like when to open your hand and what order to discard the tiles you don't need in. Both can be very important. Especially when you know that the opponent is someone who is fairly proficient at the game. Then stuff like when to discard like terminals or like center tiles becomes very important, because if you discard like the 3, 5, 8 at the start, like for some people that instantly becomes a an alert that something sus might be going on, for example, and stuff like that. But for now, like yeah, best to just focus on the Yakus to learn. I mean, our hands are already open. Am I gonna end up pushing the game to south? I'm not doing this intentionally, by the way. The hand just wasn't good enough to make me want to do something else. This one, on the other hand. But yeah, I mean, Tanyao... What's it called in English? The, I think it was here, right? No, it's not Ipeko. Was it Chinitsu? Was it? That was 2, right? Awesome balls. Yeah. No, I was thinking of Was it Chanta? Yeah, it was the Chanta. I keep forgetting what it's called. But I feel like knowing the Chanta is also probably good. Like, you want at least Tanyao, Chanta, and Hanshoku, which is probably lower down here somewhere. I think Hanshoku was 2 as well, right? Like half suit. Was it Konishoku? Konitsu, that's what it's called. I keep forgetting. Yeah, this one. With the half suit. Like these 3 are probably good to know. Was what I was trying to say. Because they are the ones that are easier to... Because, no, I guess like... Nah, maybe not the Chanta. Like, I feel like Chanta would be important to know. Because it lets you know... Because like not knowing it will cause more problems, I feel like. Because like sometimes a hand just gives you enough terminals to build towards it, which makes the Tanyao and the Honitsu both not work out, the half suit both not work out. Half flash, sorry. And in that situation, the best out you might have might be to go for the half terminals. I mean, I'm saying all of this, but like, this is including obviously knowing that the honor tiles are also Ayaku in and of themselves. All pawns and 7 pairs easy to learn. Yeah. Both all pawns as well, yeah, sorry. All pawns are important as well. 7 pairs. I don't know if I would say 7 pairs from the very start. Because I feel like knowing 7 pairs from the very start causes people to overly prioritize it. Because to me, like 7 pairs is an opportunistic play where you're probably building towards something else, but along the way you realize that 7 pairs might be better. Like you're going for like an Ipeko, and then your Ipeko hand happens to go towards 7 pairs, and then you make the decision there that okay, my Ipeko is not working out, let me go towards 7 pairs instead. Because if you got the two sets, that's already halfway towards your seven pairs, because you already have 3 of the 7. And then like if you have the pair that you need for every single hand, you're basically 4 of 7 of the way there. And it just so happens that your draws are shit and you didn't manage to finish your Ipeko because your Ipeko needs to be close like a 7 pair. So maybe the 7 pair just somehow ends up being the thing that you end up building towards instead. In my opinion, 7 pair comes an all pawn attempt. Yeah, or that. Like, it's one or the other, I feel like. But like typically it's one of these two. Is the general impression I have. Like you're trying to go for either or. Like you're going for all pawn and you're trying to keep it closed. Then because you keep it close and you keep drawing pairs, you realize that you could just go for the 7 pairs instead. Because it's the faster thing that just happens to come. And so you go for 7 pairs. I like the whole lot to do 7 pairs regularly. There's some like Saki level shit, I swear. It's like... That feels like the kind of thing that like a character in Saki would have as their power. Like whenever they get the 7 pairs, they just have like a heightened rate to win or something. But yeah, for me as well, most of the time it comes from trying to do all triplets. All pawns, basically. Like, it's always like trying to do that closed. And then in the process of doing that close, the hand worked out. And became 7 pairs instead. Although I had some cases where Ipekos just turned into wood as well. Where it's like, it just so happened to be that because I'm trying to build towards an Ipeko and I'm keeping it closed, it opportunistically was buildable into a 7 pair because the draws were bad. Where the draws actually would have been very, very bad for a regular Ipeko, but it just somehow worked from 7 pairs for 7 pairs instead. But it's the kind of thing that I would say is like, rather than building towards the 7 pairs from the start, it's more like a decision midway most of the time. For me at least, when I play. Which is why I don't know if it's the kind of thing I would recommend as a... Actually, we don't need 2 of this. We discard this first thing from the start. Because maybe it works. It probably works, but like... might be very person dependent. It's also a small hand. I realize I do this a lot. But we didn't time out this time at least. Although to be fair, when I play ranked, this is how my ranked games usually go. Like, ranked for me is a lot of I just play small opportunistic hands and wait for a nut draw. And then like the nut draw is what basically puts me to first, and then the rest of the game I'm just playing like this. Where it's just like I will build a small hand if the hand doesn't look very good. It's good to know access. Yeah, definitely. It's good to know. Because like it's the kind of thing that in the middle of building your hand, you end up in a situation where it's better to aim for it. So not knowing it is actually not a good thing. Because like without knowing it, you can't make the judgment call of like building towards it, which might be the optimal play in specific situations. But either way, a lot of that basically is predicated on playing for big hands as well. I feel like it's a very useful tool to have for playing big hands. Ooh. Oh, this is... Wow, that's weird though. Like so much of it is gone that actually this weight isn't even that good. Like, it's a really sick hand, but like it's just like worth less than it should be, I feel like. But yeah, I feel like overall off stream when I do play, like I do tend to like just play a lot more like small hands in general. Like if like a large part of the game when I play offline is trying to identify a hand with a good like which has a good start and then pushing those hands. And then every other game is basically like if I get a mid hand, I'm just backing down all game long. Or like playing for an opportunistic small hand. Okay, this is where we actually need to think, because we probably want to discard. We have to make a good judgment call on what to discard here based on this, which is not a lot to go off of, because we know they've discarded a 7 and a 5. So what else is out? Because there's a 7 there, so he's not on a 6-5 weight. So them not being on a 6-5 weight means that the 4 here might be safe. But that depends on how many 3s are left. Because like the 3 is like 1, 2, 3. So 3 of the 3s are out. So the probability that he's on a 2-3 weight is fairly low, I would imagine. So we might get fucked for discarding this. The 1 is the 1 safer? No, the 1 is equally dangerous, I feel like, in this situation. Or potentially more dangerous, because there's only... No, it's the same, it's the same. Oh, Saki Akagi, my tendency to aim for big hands. Yeah, that's the dream. But, like, the more I played rank, the more I stopped. Maybe it's just because I'm not good enough yet. So, like, I can't identify, like, optimal discards. So, like, aiming for big hands all the times kind of fucks me over because I'm not building optimally enough towards it. Okay, how do we do this? This is 4 tiles. If I discard this, it's 2 tiles. But this hand, it's bigger if I discard this. This might be 5. There's a 5 on the board though. There's a 5 on the board on their side. So it's not a 6-7 weight. But could he have a 7-8? Maybe. Which would mean that, like, 8 is the safer discard, right? It's not. Oh, it wasn't. It was a... it was the eye. The Suji failed. Suji failed me there. We had such a good hand too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 9 was actually the safer tile there, huh? That fucking sucks. That's rough. Cause like discarding the 9 would have gotten me the bigger hand as well. But discarding the 9 there would have been the less optimal play, right? Like, it just so happens he was waiting on that one specific tile. I guess there were 2 tiles they're waiting on, but like, they're waiting on that specific tile to win. Which makes it feel like it couldn't be helped, but... It's a tough call. He had the 5 on the board. Like, either way, that was a hand that I would want to push. So the discard would have come down to the 9 or 8 either way, but would have discarding the 9 been safer there? Like, the probability of it being the 8 was fairly low, I think. Considering the fact that, like, it was not a 6-7 weight. And the 8 in hand would basically mean that, like, they are only on an 8 weight. I mean, the 9, he could have had 7-8 in the hand. And that feels like a more logical weight that would have been higher risk. Are you okay, Raul? Is it, did I say 6-7 too much? Is that why? They rot your brain? I'm not doing it intentionally. It literally is just the case that those were the tiles that we were reflecting on. But yeah, I feel like that was the right discard between the two. If I was gonna take the risk, which both tiles were a risk, or maybe discarding something else altogether would have been safer. Please no, I have a wife and kid to feed. I don't want to have to like 6, 7 to feed them. Oh. Tremendous. Man, you know what I really miss sometimes? I really miss not playing Princess Connect. Because I don't get to hear Maho and Ninon speaking funny as much anymore. Ninon, let's go. Yeah, the way she speaks, man, like it fucks with my brain. I love it so much. It's like listening to Michiru speak. Meanwhile, Maho has the she has the funny dialect. We can't hear. Unlucky. Because we need to finish this. But like we are running out of options, like 2, 5, 2. Like the tiles we need are slowly all being discarded. And I fear we may go into South 2 at this rate. But yeah, whenever Ninon goes like Shogun, Shogun, and just like it tickles like the creases in my brain. Whoa! One tile. Is it worth pushing here? I feel like it's worth pushing, right? How many Doras are out? That's 5, 6, 6, 6. 3 of the 6s. What about the bamboo? 4. 4. 1 is out. But he discarded it, so he probably doesn't have any in his hand, right? YOLO? We push. We push. This is safe. No! They had the pair! The CPU had the pair! It was built into their hand. They would have never discarded it. This is so sad. Oh, but funnily enough, I actually haven't been playing much Slay the Spire 2 recently though, for Dave. Like, after getting to Ascension 9 on Silent, I just kind of took a break, and I went back to playing Victoria 3 instead. I just completed my Brazil run. The Brazil run was kind of fun, not gonna lie. I created my country block, which was what's it called? The funny blocks you can create and the thing. I created my block. It was called Come to Brazil. And we became a superpower. It was kind of fun. Evening, Mahjong lovers and all haters. Hello, Wen Lokang. Welcome, welcome. At the very least, I would hope the haters aren't here. Maybe people who aren't interested will be, but hopefully no haters. Still can't learn it properly, burn another country to the ground. Which one did you try this time? Try Sweden. Just play Sweden. Like, bite the bullet and play as as IKEA. I promise. Sweden is like easy to learn. Why you play Panama? Oh, I hate it. I usually watch it when I'm hating. Hate watching. Got it. Nice. Well, in that case, and enjoy the Hayden. Oh, that's a little scary. Like, what, Panama? You're picking all the nations that are like objectively harder to learn from. I feel like I feel like Victoria 3 is a game where playing as a smaller nation makes it harder to learn, if anything. Because while it looks like the kind of game where there's an information overload from like too many provinces with a big nation, it feels like it's easier to learn because you actually get to understand the loop of what you need to do to build up a nation that smaller nations don't help with. I played IKEA Sweden and burnt me. How? I mean, it's possible. As in, like, you ran into deficit or you got attacked. I'm telling, try the construction loop and see if it works. As in, like, but me landowner. Oh, you reformed too quickly, was it? Political reforms in that game are very slow. You need to take it very slow because otherwise your pops will rise up in rebellion very often. Like, the only thing... No, but they don't even have serfdom. Like, Sweden has, like, what, tenant farms? The Tanyao? Deconstruction, you mean fraud? Construction loop. No. Construction loop. No. No, please. Not the disintegration loop. But victory, I guess. I would say the politics is like, in that game is like, it's a slow build up. Like, it depends on what you're trying to do. Economically, you just need to do the construction loop. Oh yeah, the construction loop. I see it now. Yes. You got to play the sound as the bass boosted sound as you're getting triggered. Economically, you want to do the construction loop where you look at your starting money, then you build construction. You build enough construction firms to go just slightly in the negative, and then you build lumber mills to fund the construction. Then you build tooling facilities to then swap your lumber production to using tools. Then you build iron mines, and then you swap your tools to use iron for production, and then you build more lumber, tools, and iron to tier up your construction to tier 2. And then once you get to that point, then you just repeat this loop. Yeah, tools start at wood only, but you want it to go to iron ASAP. And in terms of research, you want to get atmospheric engine as quickly as possible, because the atmospheric engine gives you access to tier 2 iron and coal mine production. These draws are ass. Yeah, it's been very bad with the draws. The draws are so bad, I have nothing to even say about the draws. We've just been talking about Victoria 3 the whole time because I don't even know what to say about the draws. It's so bad that I just pick it up and I'm like, yeah, I can just toss this. No, this is fine. We'll probably discard this earlier. Let's do only social tax. No, but you want at least atmospheric engine. Social tax, I used to go company charters first because company charters are good. to get you a fast company. But recently I've been doing banking first now for the interest rate reduction instead. The hand hasn't changed, but the stock rate was decent. Yeah. Like literally we've just been drawing like honor tiles and dupe ones at that we have already discarded before. Also, this has been stuck. This has been surprisingly stuck. I mean, waiting for the draw is a little tough since like we are very dependent on a very specific draw, I feel like. Since it's all like pairs. Like the odds of drawing something that will advance the hand is a little rough. But the fact that like nothing has come as long as other pair when it's not this late, yeah. Which really sucks. Either someone has it, or like it may be it's probably copium to believe that it's still in the wall, isn't it? But yeah, usually but yeah, for Dave, usually I usually do social text first, but I would intentionally do atmospheric engine after the first construction loop is done. What does it mean when you have overtime says furry 10? I wiki but still get confused. Furry 10 means that you are waiting on a tile that you have discarded before, or the tile on the opposite side of the weight. Oh, sorry. It means that your winning weight is on a tile that you have discarded before. So like if let's say you're on 4 and 5 and you're waiting on a 3 and 6, if you have discarded the 6 before, because you're on a 4-5 weight, 3 is also furry 10 because your weight involves a tile you have discarded before. How early you do paper buildings? Paper depends on the nation. If they have a bad deficit at the start, I'll do it. If they have very poor administration, then after I build my administration buildings, I'll do it. But paper is very nation dependent. Like Japan, if you play as Japan, you will need paper fairly early because you need a lot of administration buildings. Is what I felt. But when I played Japan, I was pretty bad at the game still. So like I could have just fucked up at the time. But I feel like with the Japan run, I did. Ooh. Wait. No, I don't think we wanna. I don't think we should YOLO it, right? And like I feel like just tossing this and waiting. But I feel like we should just YOLO it for content. It's big enough without reaching. Yeah, it is big enough, which is why I'm thinking of just doing it like this. Because it's big enough, and it will win without. Well, I guess the decision didn't matter. Ah! We're going to East 2. I mean South 2. Oh god, oh, okay. I guess the decision didn't matter. It saved it 1,000. Yeah, I guess it saved me 1,000. No, yeah, no, it did matter. Because if I had tossed it out, the game would have ended and the CPU would have won. So clearly we made the best judgment call possible. We are truly god gamers. 10 out of 10. But yeah, Furukawa-san, that's something you need to watch out for. That when you discard tiles, you want to make sure that you take note to not accidentally build back to close to that tile again. Because once you discard a tile, you can't win off of it unless you Tsumo it, which makes things more complicated. So typically you want to avoid that. That's for the laws. I know, I'm just kidding around with the god gamer thing, but yeah. But yeah, Infodave. I would say paper, typically you don't need it that early. But it depends on the civ. Because some civs, like Brazil starts with... No, was it Brazil? No, Mexico starts with a paper deficit. So like, for Mexico, I had to build like paper early. Because paper early with Mexico cuts your costs by a fair amount. But it's very nation dependent. You typically want to do the construction loop first. And then make decisions after the construction loop is done. But this is probably better, this cut. Even university. I mean, you don't need universities early, I feel like. You don't need that many universities early. Like, all the university does for you in small numbers is increase, like, what, the education in one region. Construction loop triggers me as much as 6. I am so sorry. Oh yeah, but that's important to know as well. Damn, I hit 8-3. Yeah, it's certainly a level, like, holy fuck. Like, fraud 8. The third level of fraud was certainly something of how long it is. Only one, huh? Because, like, the university gives you the education, but the education, while it is important, it only really helps in bigger numbers. But I feel like earlier in the game, you probably just want to get education access generically opened up. Goodbye, SSK. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Just believe. We have to believe. That's what I'm after. 15%. Yeah, but if you get your... Yeah, but it's only for one region. So, like, you will probably only want it in your capital. And you will only really need it later into the run after construction has been set up. Because qualification isn't as important when you just need to de-peasant into... what's it? If it's just converting peasants into laborers. You can just use the decree that... what's the decree called? The one with the ladder image on it. You get education up. Probably like it'll probably be religious education at the start, because the whatever religious body is probably the easiest one to get as compared to public schooling at the start of the game. So you wanna get that. So like if you want to do singular region, you do the decree. You get education up, and then when you start getting factories or machinist positions, which is like slightly later in the loop, then you'll want the schools. Not the schools, the universities. Basically, when you swap your lumber mills to tier 2, it replaces some of the laborers with machinists. What hand does Kamicha have? I have not actually been looking. Let's have all that thinking. I mean, he's new to the game, so he needs time to figure out stuff as well. So it's probably that as well, since especially at the start, they probably have to like refer to like a chart to like figure out what Yakus they have. At least now with the game being online, it's a little easier to do that, I guess. He a terminal and has no hand. I'm not sure. Like I said, they are fairly new to the game, so they just might need the time to like double check their hand. I mean, looking at the discards, it does seem like they've only discarded a terminal once. So it is possible that they might have something going on. Or they might have an honor tile for all we know as well. Nah. So much more being online. Yeah, which is what makes it more accessible as well, I feel like being able to take the time to learn and practice. When do you start pushing strip landowners? Technically when they're 15. What do you mean? Pushing strip landowners? Usually I just like let them slowly die out over time. Like the way I do it is usually I'll just like intentionally give political concessions to everyone else and just let them fall out of favor. Like whenever you do like any form of like policy change, you just look at the negotiations and see who else you want to favor, and you just start giving them political concessions even if you don't need it. Is how I do it. Like I'll look at like the intelligentsia and I'll be like, okay, I want the intelligentsia to eventually like overpower the what do you call it? Shit. I want them to eventually overpower the landowners. Or like maybe I'm like, okay, so for now, I just want to drain power from the landowners. So I'll just give like political concessions to like everyone else. No, we don't want to do that. And like once you get them low enough, you can basically just like push through. Ooh. I do wonder. I would have thought they were going for like a flush or a half flush. Yeah, it might be death. It's a little worry. I think we might be safe. Though I think they might have like yeah, he has no Yaku, yeah. So this might actually be safe to discard now, right? This is between this and this. I mean, we don't want this guy to win. We need to push. So like eventually this has to leave our hand. Right, because if he Tsimors, it's like the odds that they're gonna Tsimor and not win is really low. We cannot wait for the AI to win, so we just push because it's the last round. Like, we have nothing to lose from just discarding this at this point, I feel like. If we take that, we just set our hand back, right? Like, I don't think that benefits the hand. Because if we take the 5, then we finish this, then this is stuck. And then this now becomes nothing. But we can't do anything with it since those are there. Maybe I should have taken it. I wasn't paying attention. That was my fault. Yeah, because the 5s are out and the... I should have just cheated that, yeah. Yeah, I should have cheated. Then like left this here, cheat this, and then have another set left, and then discard. Yeah, either way I fucked up by not cheating there. We need Tempai? At least? If Misumi is on, I mean, if Kawasa is on at least Tempai, then we are safe. We cannot let this CPU Tempai on their own. Which means that we need to like aggressively do something if we have a choice. But I think we're stuck. I should have cheated there. Oh, yeah, I don't think I can salvage this hand at this point. There was a brief hope a little earlier, but I think... yeah, it's kind of stuck now. But yeah, if that CPU Tempai is alone, then we lose. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. They were both waiting on tiles that were. Okay. Okay. Also, I need to remember we're in South. Yeah, no Yaku. Yeah. That was a misplay. I mean, in the end, we didn't get the other tile we needed, so the hand was dead. Yeah, no worries. No need to worry. It takes a while to figure out the game. So no need to feel too bothered about it. After all, like, it takes a while to figure out and pick up the game, so... mistakes at the start. And like, figuring out stuff like this can take a while. Yeah, as long as you're having fun with it. While picking up the game. All as well. Now I need to figure out... no, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't take that. It's getting hotter, that's all. Yeah. Don't worry about it. If it starts to get bad, I'll put a stop to it. So, yeah. No need to feel too stressed about it. As I did mention before as well, that you were new to the game, so... and that you were learning, so like... no stress. No stress. Considering the way I play sometimes as well, all the more so. Like, have you seen some... like... when you see some of my blunders in the future... sometimes it gets so bad. Like, I'll do just the dumbest shit, and I'll just be like, oh, fuck me, why did I do that? After I fuck it up. Or just greed out and like toss out the tile that I know is gonna lose me the game. Also, we're at South 2. In an East only game. Does that help? Back to playing CBT, that is Yesod. Wait, is Yesod still ongoing? Playing correctly is overrated. Yeah. It's like a Mario Party, right? Where you can do the most optimal. I guess maybe not Mario Party, but like what's it, 100% orange juice, where you can like take the most optimal action and just get wrecked anyway. Reset on Wednesday, Tuesday, 2 days left. Oh, yeah, because I remember people complaining and memeing it on the Western side quite a fair bit since like last week, or was it this week? So I like my sense of like time is a lot of like wonky at this point. But I remember people like memeing it, so I was wondering. Let's get the South 3 please. I want to go get dinner. Yes. Meme, yes. Yes, I believe. Actually, now I feel like I shouldn't have tossed that. I should have just like discarded all of this and just tried to go for a full flush instead. Like that would have been more meme. Because now I actually don't know what to do with this. Like having this is not too many other tiles. Yeah, this is what would have made it a meme, I feel like. This? Yeah, sure. I was thinking of just discarding this. Then no, yeah, we should keep this actually. The 8 is the better choice for sure. Since that puts us out of range of the 9 as well. Fuck. Can go cheat toy with 5M. Actually, maybe, yeah. Wait, let me think about this for a second. It's a very weird one to figure out what to discard. Maybe the 3? I feel like the 3 here. No, we'll keep the 3 actually. Yeah, this is one of those hands where like when it comes to like at this point, like I don't even know what's the optimal play anymore. Especially after being here for almost 4 hours, my brain is a little bit fried. Yeah, it'll work itself out. We just have to have enough faith, right? Oh. Will steal defeat from the jaws of victory. Well, yeah, I guess I should have expected that would happen. I should have expected that would happen. GG. Lamau. Ah! Oh dear. Mistakes were made. The greed didn't pay off. It was a dumb play to begin with, but I was hoping that it just I was just like gambling on the blind faith of like hopefully it's not that Tao. Because Suji. Or like it's not even proper Suji to be honest. But yeah. The Chi Toy Me move. Yeah, I should have done that from the start. Uh But Fuyukawa-sa, GG, and thank you for the game. If there's ever anything you want to ask with like rules and stuff, just feel free to ask either me or on the Discord. Like there are some people in the Discord who probably play a lot better than I do as well. So there are people who can like answer if you ever have any questions. It's a weekly occurrence. Yeah, at some point in the week, I'll always just like eat shit and die. Yeah, I mean, it was a very silly gamble at the very end there. Because, like, all I was looking at was the fact that, like, he had the 4 here. And I was like, oh, it's not a 5-6 weight. Surely it'll be fine, right? 8-9. Like, the proper way to Suji it would have been to see both the 4 and the 9. And therefore 7 will be likely to be safe. But, like, the second half wasn't out. So, obviously, it was a bad read to just say that therefore it will be the case. But I was banking on the hope that they wouldn't have it, and then like take the thing, win the hand, and then we go into South 3 instead. But yeah, the bad play didn't pay off. No, okay, this hand is actually a lot better, to be honest. At least it's building into something there. But yeah, it's 9 PM. I'm gonna head off for today. I need to get dinner before it gets even later. I need to get the next video properly double checked and prepped before the end of the... Wait, what's on the menu? I have no idea. I don't even know if I have dinner ready yet. I might have to go to No, McDonald's is closed. I can't even go to McDonald's at this point. Maybe cup noodles. We'll have to figure out. Or like we'll go to like Family Mart and buy like a famichiki and like cup noodles or something. It's 8 PM. It's 9 PM. What do you mean? Time zone, my guy. Yeah, McDonald's closes at 9. You forget. I don't live in like the town. I live in like retirement town. Like everybody goes home early. We live in the shit sticks because it's cheap. So like everything closes early here. I say early, but it's not that early. Right? Like 9, 10, 11. Like even the pachinko parlors don't open past midnight here. So like you know you're living in like the shit sticks when even the pachinko parlors don't open that late. So yeah, McDonald's is closed. The bento stores in the area are all like clear out by 9 PM. So there really isn't much left that I can actually get. At least it's not 8 PM. If it was 8 PM, I could still go to McDonald's. Oh, you mean if it closed? At least it doesn't close at 8 PM. Yeah, I mean if it closed at 8 PM, it'll be really fucked. Alright, that's it. Are we heading off for now? Thank you all for dropping by today. And I'll see you all hopefully next week where we'll pick it up again. So, Ryu Kawasa and everyone else, if you want to play Mahjong, hopefully next Saturday. The reason why I say hopefully is once again, I have the aircon maintenance repair guy coming over. because the landlord wants to replace all of the air conditioners. So I need to shift everything from behind me. I need to lift up my bed and like push the bed against the wall and like maybe like pack the monitor so that he has space to walk to the air conditioner to deal with it. So uh all I have like it will probably take up the whole day because like he comes at 12. I need to pack up everything before 12. He says it takes 4 hours. So like in the best case, he finishes a little early. But if he finishes as planned, basically at 4 p.m. he finishes and leaves. Then I'll need to repack everything behind me and put it all back. So like I might start at like 5, maybe 6. Or if assuming he doesn't knock out the power on accident or something. So yes, if I'm online, I'll be an hour late potentially, or even later. I'll make sure to post it on the Discord, an announcement depending on how things go. So you can look out on the Discord for any like on the spot announcements. But the plan for now is Mahjong next Saturday as well. Tomorrow, no stream. I'm out at a Dojin event, so I'm staying through the end of event ballot and Junken and everything. So it ends like fairly late, and then like by the time I get back home, it's probably like 7 p.m. as well. So it's yeah, no stream tomorrow. Weekdays next week, same as usual, and then the weekend as well. Is the plan for now for anyone who's interested. And yes, for you, Kawasa, thank you, and everyone else as well. I thank all of you for dropping by. If anything, because you know, if you guys weren't here, I probably wouldn't be doing the streams in the first place. So I should be thanking you guys instead. But yeah, everything closing at like 7 p.m. is rough though. Like that's like that feels like Hokkaido Inaka levels. I feel like that feels like the kind of area that will close at 7 p.m. Like I haven't seen a store close at 7 p.m. since the pandemic when the state of emergency was a thing. So that sounds really rough. But yes, that's it. Thank you all for dropping by, and I'll see you all in the next one. But until then, have a nice day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care, and yeah, good luck with the weekday stuff and things next week as well. Yes, let go. Bye-bye to you too. And everyone, take care and bye-bye.